cool thing. What you're seeing is a right now is actually the camera assembly that goes on top of a big plastic um, structure.
Okay, yeah.
Uh, and underneath that is a bubble. Basically, it's just this big. It's not plexiglass. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's not glass either. But it's real durable plastic that forms a bubble. It's really interesting how they make that actually, but they've been doing that since the Apollo era.
Oh, wow. And I mean, the EMUs themselves have been in service for quite a while, haven't they?
Yeah, they were designed in the 1970s and
Oh, wow.
commissioned in 1981. So we've been using that or a form of that. We'll get part updates every now and then. So it's not all 1980s hardware, but the basic frame and structure of the suit we've been using since the 80s for the shuttle program.
All right. And then the next big component we can see is the backpack. What's in there? I mean, that looks like that's kind of the most cumbersome part almost of the whole spacesuit.
Yeah, and that's what's called the portable life support system. That's the hardware that I'm in charge of. So that is all the hardware that is designed to keep the astronaut alive outside of the spacecraft. Your oxygen tanks, your contaminant control cartridge, water tanks. We use water to keep the crew member and the systems cool, and a bunch of valves and plumbing.
And they have water to drink as well, too, right?
That's correct. They have a drink bag that's completely separate from the rest of the suit. They have about 32 ounces of water that they can drink. Um, the water that's in the suit is actually deiodinated water, or I'm sorry, iodinated water to control microbial growth. And it works by being exposed to vacuum of space. It sublimates away, and that's how it removes the heat.
Okay. And so they got water. Do they have food though? I mean, 8 hours inside that thing is a long time.
No, there's no way currently that how we can supply them with food. So I guess they have to eat a good meal before, and they can drink some water, but that's about it.
All right. So they wake up and get a good breakfast. What about the gloves? So I've heard the gloves are arguably one of the most important things and one of the things we keep the closest eye on during the spacewalk.
That's right. Yeah, the gloves are designed to be fairly dexterous. Again, most of the things that they do outside the reason why we send a human out is because they can use their hands and work with their hands. But in order for them to be dexterous, they're not very thick. I mean, they've got some pretty good padding, but cuts are something that we don't want to get excessive cuts and nicks on these gloves because that's their pressure bladder. It keeps the integrity of the inside of the EMU so that they can stay alive. So we gotta watch out for sharp edges outside.
And so I see a bunch of tools floating around, and I mean, what's that giant metal thing on the front of their suits? I mean, that again looks like something that it's going to be real hard not to bump and kind of grind around.
Yeah, that's called the mini workstation. It hooks up right to the front of their what's called the display and controls module. That's where they hang all their tools, and also their 80-foot safety tether is attached to that. That keeps them attached to the station at all times.
And tethers actually reminds me of something. They do have something just in case they come untethered, don't they?
Yes, they also are wearing a little jetpack that's called the SAFER. Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue is what that stands for. And it's basically it's not a jetpack where they can zip around the station and maneuver that way. Unfortunately, it's solely for if they were to become detached and they needed an emergency rescue to get back to structure. That's what they would use that.
All right. Well, it looks like NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson's getting the hatch closed, which means we're getting pretty close to the start of the spacewalk. So, Brian, I really want to thank you for stopping in real early in the morning, giving us some nice rundown of all the suit technologies. That'll certainly help me for the next couple of hours, and hopefully all of our viewers got a nice little lesson as well. So, thanks for stopping in, and we're gonna jump right back on inside the Quest airlock and hopefully get this spacewalk started real soon.
All right. Well, thank you. I enjoyed it.
All right. And so, as we just mentioned, getting close to the start of this spacewalk, the spacewalk will officially begin when the astronauts switch their suits over to battery power. So, right now, still drawing power from the station itself. Once they switch over to battery power, the clocks will start and this spacewalk will be underway. The hatch is closed, and then the next thing we'll be looking for is the go for depressurization, where a series of pumps actually start drawing all of the air, all of the atmosphere out of the Quest airlock, and then getting them ready to open up the hatch and move outside and begin. Well, again, we're still looking inside the Quest airlock. Peggy Whitson, who's been helping the crew members suit up, is in there. She's doing all the support to actually get these crew members suited up and out the door. She closed the hatch, and then she's going to be moving over to control the robotic arm. And, I mean, Gary, it looks like we're still about 30 minutes ahead or so.
That's right. I think they're going to be able to get out the airlock a bit early. When they do go out the airlock, it'll actually be Thomas Pesquet that'll be the first one out. Shane will follow, and then they'll actually separate for the first of their tasks.
And it looks like, as we said earlier, they're going to be separated for pretty much the entirety, where they're going to be off doing completely separate tasks. None of these have them both teaming up, but 6.5 hours of tasks for both of them, so a really full schedule today.
Copy. Copy. When the crew log gets to 6, you're going to expect an alert tone, but we don't have an action until we get to 5. Copy, 6.
And it looks like that depress is in work. The pressure inside the crew lock now ticking down. They're going to have a couple of hold points. They'll get to about 5 psi, and then they'll pause, closing the pumps, and then they'll do a series of leak checks on their suits.
Pesquet 13, Pesquet 2 le service.
Отвечаю, Pesquet 2, Сергей.
Airlock P of 10.
Yeah, 10.1 on mine.
Copy 10.
So again, if you're just now joining us, the two crew members inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, the depressurization is underway. You'll start hearing now calls from both spacewalkers, Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet. They started out at about 14.7 psi, the standard atmospheric pressure on board the station. They're going to go down to about 5, and then they'll pause the depressurization for a little while and do leak checks on their suits before they continue bringing it down to just about vacuum, so no pressure at all will ultimately be in the airlock, allowing them to open up the hatch. So a little quiet right now. For those of you just now tuning in, the depressurization of the airlock is still underway, meaning we're just a few minutes away now from the beginning of today's spacewalk. Both Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet inside the airlock still. The pressure ticking down, and we'll continue to track along that. And then they're going to hit the ground running once they get outside of this airlock, aren't they?
That's right. Like we said before, Thomas Pesquet will be the first one out, and then Shane right after him. For the first couple tasks, they are actually going to split ways. The first thing that's going to happen is Thomas Pesquet will actually head over to the radiator beam valve module. Right there, we have detected just a small leak. It's nothing major, very, very small, but Thomas will be out there to inspect the leak and make sure everything, see if he can actually locate the source of the leak. In the meantime, Shane Kimbrough will head over to his work site, which will be the Epic MDM It's a lot of acronyms that we're going to be using today, but pretty much it's one of the many processors on board the International Space Station. The EPIC processor is an upgrade to the current one. It has Ethernet capabilities as well as upgraded memory and processing power.
That's right. And again, those are just the first two tests. And again, there's a lot on the primary tasks for these crew members today. Spacewalk scheduled to last about 6.5 hours. And even if they get through all of those, there's about 7 potential, we call them get-ahead tasks, or just extra tasks to keep them busy once they're out there today. So spacewalks always jam-packed with a lot of activity to make the most out of doing this entire process, is that it's not insignificant.
We're going to switch the depress pump main ISO valve to closed, and you'll expect an alert tone.
Okay.
Right now, you're seeing Peggy Whitson in the airlock right now, going through the procedures of depressurization. Behind her is the hatch, and behind that hatch are the 2 spacewalkers for today, Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet. Still working through the depressurization, and we'll hit those leak checks here in a few minutes.
Yeah, it sounds like they just hit 5 psi or real close to it, and that's the signal for them to go ahead and close the valve. And yeah, like you just said, leak checks are next on the list. Make sure those suits are sealed up tight before they begin sucking all the rest of the atmosphere, all the rest of the pressure out of that airlock. That's Russian cosmonaut Oleg Novitsky. He was assisting Whitson in the suit up of those crew members and taking some pictures. They always do a lot of closeout pictures, both when suiting up, and then once we see them come back inside the hatch, and a couple of hours from now, they'll take a lot of closeout pictures, usually focusing on the gloves, other things like that, just for further analysis by all our engineers down here on the ground.
Point 1.
Copy 5.1. Take the depress pump man ISO to close.
Closed.
Okay, on your DCM, go to the status until leak check question mark is displayed, and take your switches to yes and hold for 2 seconds, and you're going to follow displayed instructions for the leak check.
Okay. And work for ED1. ED2 as well.
And so with that, the Quest airlock at 5 psi, so they're going to hold there for a little bit, and then the suit leak checks will now get underway. So both Kimbrough and Pesquet will conduct these leak checks, make sure their suits, all the seals are nice and tight, and then they'll be able to resume the depress of the airlock.
We have a short loss of signal here right now, totally expected. It's only supposed to be just a few seconds, and we'll regain communication with the International Space Station soon. In the meantime, we will be monitoring questions. We're streaming on many different platforms right now, NASA TV, of course, and Ustream, but you could be watching on Facebook Live and YouTube Live as well. We're monitoring the comments as well. It's very nice to see everyone checking in from all over the globe, New Zealand, Australia. I saw Ireland, UK, and of course, many different parts of the US. Feel free to use the hashtag AskNASA, and throughout this 6.5 hour scheduled EVA, we'll try to answer as many of those questions as possible.
That's right. Thanks, Gary. And we'll get that signal back with the station. You'll see these little dropouts every now and then throughout the spacewalk. it's again planned out. We actually have a timeline where it shows us where we're going to have video, where we're going to have audio with the crew. This will be a short one, just a couple of seconds. There will be some longer ones with a couple of minutes. So unfortunately, then sometimes you'll have to look at the two of us, but we'll just update you and bring you here inside the room again. The Orbit 2 team sitting behind us, being led right now by Flight Director Emily Nelson. Just right above her is Steve Bowen, a NASA astronaut who's the Capcom, so talking to the crew on the station. And then Jessica Meir is just at the top of the screen there. She's going to be the ground IV, talking directly to our two spacewalking astronauts.
Back to open. You're going to both expect an alert tone.
Okay, it's open.
Open the emergency impact, the valve to open, and I'd like you to monitor your suit pressure gauge less than 5.5. The next step will be when we get to a crew lock pressure of 2 psi. And Shane, if you could look at me, that would help.
Okay, and you're doing the emergency impact.
Yes, I already started it.
Okay. Point 2.
Copy, 2.2.
Point 0.
All right, take the depress pump man isolation valve to close.
That's complete.
On the UIA, switch the depress pump power to off.
That's complete.
And you can verify your waist tethers again if you'd like.
Okay, my right waist tether is attached to the airlock E-ring extender. Gate closed hook locked. Okay. And my right waist tether is attached to chains anchor hook. Gate closed and locked.
Okay, that sounds good. So we're going to continue monitoring the DPDT. You're going to get some alert tones as we get close, so you can anticipate that. And on the ED hatch, Tomo, we're going to be looking for a delta pressure of less than 0.5.
Copy.
And so with that, the airlock at about 2 psi right now. They actually turn off the depressurization pump, so the pump that's pulling all the air out at about 2 psi is it actually loses a lot of its efficiency at that point. So the small amount of excess air still inside will actually get vented overboard, and that'll bring them down to that vacuum-like pressure. So we're there right now. Suit leak checks have been completed. We're at about 2, and we're getting closer to the beginning of today's spacewalk, which again will start once they switch their suits over to battery power.
That's right. And now that they've passed that checkpoint, they're ready to almost the next step will be to go to near vacuum right before they hit the hatch. Again, we're monitoring questions on YouTube Live and Facebook Live. We have an Ask NASA question on YouTube Live right now. How long does the signal take up to get there from Earth, or how long is the delay? This is from Fabian on YouTube. Thanks for your question. Right now, you're hearing a lot of the communication between Peggy Whitson, who you see on the screen right now, and the crew inside the airlock to the hatch behind her head. That's Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet in the hatch. Those communications that you're hearing right now are near instantaneous. The International Space Station is only about 250 miles above the Earth right now, and the TDRS satellites that relay the communication are about at 3,000 miles. That communication, because it's actually relatively close in space terms, is near instantaneous.
Yeah, relatively close in space terms is exactly it, because when we start looking at, communicating with crew members on a trip to Mars or even on the surface of Mars, you can start looking at very long lead times from 20 to even 40 minutes round trip just to send a message. So the communication, as Gary said, near instantaneous with these crew members on the station, but definitely something that's going to be a bigger issue in the future when we start going out vast differences away from planet Earth.
That's right. And those communication signals that we get from the station right now, we actually have a series of satellites that are 23,000 miles above the Earth. And we have something called a handover for those satellites. As the station orbits the Earth, it has to switch over communication. Right now, we're in one of those periods. It's a short loss of communication with the International Space Station. We have something called KU and SU bands. One of them is audio communication, another one visual. The visual will come back here in the next few minutes, but the audio we should be getting from the International Space Station very soon.
That's right. And we are just a few minutes away from the beginning of this spacewalk. So it's still daylight for the station. They're going to see about 16 sunsets and sunrises every single day. They are about to cross into nighttime, though. The station itself, just over the Indian Ocean on a northeasterly track, it's going to be passing in between Malaysia and Indonesia and actually over the Philippines. So again, a lot of you checking in from all over the world. The station's pretty close to you if you're on that part of the globe right now. But as they move at just about 17,500 miles an hour, they're going to be whipping around. So we'll have an opportunity to see quite a few sunsets and sunrises as they're going to be outside for at least 6 hours, usually about 6.5 hours for these spacewalks. And we did just get a report, the crew about 45 minutes ahead, so working real quickly this morning. They were originally scheduled to start their spacewalks to go to battery power at about 7 a.m. Central, but working real quick today.
26, so it's just a bit more.
The crew airlock now passing the 1 psi threshold. Once we get to just less than half a psi, that's when we'll start the procedures for switching over to battery power, which marks the official start of the EVA today, and we'll start heading out the hatch and beginning some of those procedures.
On point 7, Tomo.
Copy point 7.
So you just heard the call at about 0.7 psi. Once they get to just a little below 0.5, they'll be moving out to begin opening the hatch. And once the hatch is open, all the tethers are checked. They'll switch over to battery power, and our spacewalk will officially be underway. We'll get you an exact start time once that does occur. And then first thing out the door will be just some standard checkout work where they'll check all of their tethers, as they do keep several points where they're attached to station at all times during these spacewalks. And then it'll be Thomas Pesquet out the door first, followed shortly after by Shane Kimbrough.
Six.
Copy point 6.
And so getting the report, they're at about 0.5 psi now.
I have a crew lock pressure of less than 26 millimeters. So you are go to take the EV hatch to open and stow it.
Copy, I read 0.5 on the manual pressure gauge. Taking the EV hatch to open. All right.
And so with that, our depressurization is complete. We saw a few questions asking why it seemed to take so long, and it's a pretty simple answer. Whenever you're drawing pressure out, you need to be very methodical and make sure you don't put any excess stress on the suits or the airlock itself. We have plenty of time. They're still plugged in, drawing power and consumables from the station, so there's no rush to get started and get them out of the door.
CPI message for ED1 on 5.
Copy, I believe that's an expected message, Shane.
Okay. All right.
And with that, the hatch open at 6:22 a.m. Central, 7:22 a.m. Eastern. That's not the start of the spacewalk, though. Just a reminder, the spacewalk officially begins when they switch over to battery power. Getting some great views now from the external portion of the station. You can see just in the center of your screen a small white flap open. That's actually the thermal cover over the hatch. So pretty shortly after, we should start seeing the crew members exit. They are going into a sunset, though. Gary, where are they right now?
Looks like we're 249 statute miles right above Indonesia, heading into an orbital sunset. That darkness will last for just about 90 minutes as it orbits, 45 minutes as it orbits the Earth every 90 minutes.
Okay.
And again, as these crew members get ready to head out of the airlock and begin, the chatter will definitely pick up quite a bit. And just a reminder, you'll be hearing Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet, and they'll be talking with the ground IV Jessica Meir here in Mission Control.
Excellent. Okay. Wow. You guys go do good work. I'm going to hand you over to Jessica now. Jessica, you take care of the fellows for me.
Thank you. Thanks, Beck.
Good afternoon, Shane and Thomas. We're looking forward to a good EVA today. And Peggy, can you verify the MPEV is closed?
Verified.
Okay, copy. For both of you on your DCMs, switch power to BAT. Please stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone.
Power to BAT, EV1. Tomorrow, I didn't hear you if you did it. Yep, power to BAT, EV2. Okay.
Copy both. Check your display switch is functional.
Functional for EV1. Functional for EV2.
Shane, on the UIA, switch power for EV1 and 2 to off, OFF.
Power EV1 and 2 are off on the UIA.
And check power LEDs. All 4 LEDs are off.
All 4 LEDs off.
For both of you on your DCMs, demate your SCU, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
The crew members going through some final steps before they get out the door. Just to update you, the spacewalk has officially started. That start time coming at 6:24 a.m. Central, 7:24 a.m. Eastern, while the station was just a little under 250 statute miles just to the north of Indonesia.
All right, finding my pouch is not going to be easy. Oh, there it is. Once you get in, get yours in, let me know, because I'm going to have to come your way a little bit. Okay. Give me 1 second. Hey, I'm using the pouch for you. Equipment your anchor hook, get close, spider lock, black on black. It's hooked to my right waist tether. Get close, locked, black on black. Goes to my right gearing extender, locked, black on black. Like the reels, if you see them, I don't see yours. Yours are on your right side. Alright, so I got my reels. And checking those, they're both unlocked. And I got the green hook going to the red reel and the yellow hook going to the green reel. The red is connected to me. My D-ring extender close.
And Thomas, you'll first be attaching your anchor hook to the airlock curved handrail 0506. That's the starboard forward tether point.
Copy, starboard forward tether point, or you choose anchor hook. All right, Jessica, my anchor hook on the forward tether point, forward starboard tether point on the circular handrail, closed, black on black.
Copy, Thomas. You'll now be attaching Shane's anchor to the airlock handrail 554 on the port tether point.
Copy.
And you can just see the rim of the Earth's atmosphere disappearing in the background. That was they enter into this orbital nighttime. Thomas Pesquet already out of the hatch. He's doing a lot of the initial setup, so attaching his anchor point outside that anchor tether. And then he'll also be attaching Shane Kimbrough's as well. And then once they're both out of the airlock, they'll take a few minutes just to organize all their tools and their spare parts, and then move out in opposite directions to go start these first set of tasks.
And the reel are unlocked.
Copy, Thomas. With that, you can give Shane a go to release his waist tether.
Shane, there goes release. Okay, complete.
And Shane, you'll be transferring the crew lock bag with a BLT to Thomas.
Okay, Thomas, let me know when you're ready. All right, give me just 1 minute. No hurry.
And we'll do our best to keep you up to speed on all the acronyms you're going to hear today. So Shane Kimbrough is going to be transferring the crew lock bag, so just basically an equipment bag that has a bunch of tools in it. This one in particular has the BLT, and that's the ball screw lubricating tool, and that's going to be used by Thomas Pesquet for his exercise over on one of the robotic elements outside the station, where he's going to be applying some grease to a number of different components just to help improve the performance of the robotic system.
All right, on my crew, I my BRT red on the bag, can release, yellow red, how small, my back, yes please. All right, coming back at you, get it.
And Thomas, reminder, you'll be temp stowing the crew lock bag on the airlock starboard toolbox on the handrail.
Well, once you're clear, I'll start coming out. Yeah. You're shady. Okay.
And Shane, you do have that go to egress once Tama is clear. Tama, a reminder to double check the BLT and make sure there's no damage once you stow the bag.
Copy. Just have a ret to the MDM bag. Coming out behind me.
Copy, Shane, coming out with the MDM bag.
And so while these two crew members make their way out of the airlock, again, there are 6 primary tasks for this spacewalk today. So the reason why we're doing everything. For Shane Kimbrough, he's got a grab bag of tasks of his own. He's going to be removing and installing a new multiplexer, demultiplexer. Now, that's a really long word for basically a computer relay box that flight controllers use to send commands and receive data back from a number of systems on the outer part of the International Space Station. He's also going to be disconnecting some cables from the pressurized mating adapter number 3, PMA3, for its upcoming move to another part of the station where it's going to be used as a docking port for future U.S. commercial crew vehicles. And then he's also going to be removing and replacing 2 cameras over on the Japanese experiment module's exposed facility. And then for Thomas Pesquet, he's first heading over to the radiator beam valve module, where engineers down on the ground suspect there's a small ammonia leak. So he'll be doing an inspection, taking a lot of pictures, and actually using a GoPro to get some video before moving to his primary task, which is going to take in excess of 3 to 4 hours, where he'll be applying some grease to the special purpose dexterous manipulators latching end effector.
Shane, I'll be right here. All right, I see you coming, Tama. I see your TV lights on, that's good. ERT tab is up. The workstation tabs 2, those are up. Rotate to your right for me, please. Rotate to your right, other way. Okay.
So both crew members out of the airlock. They'll be turning on their video systems soon, and we'll be able to tell which one's which, right, Gary?
That's right. So we'll actually have a point of view sort of view from their helmet cameras. We'll be able to see exactly what they're seeing. We have 2 spacewalkers today. First is the U.S. astronaut Shane Kimbrough. His camera designation is 18. You'll be able to see it at the bottom corner of your screen. For Thomas Pesquet, the European Space Agency astronaut from France, his will be 20. We'll get a couple views as they are moving around the outside of the space station. Right now, Shane Kimbrough has the American flag and the red stripes around his thighs. Thomas Pesquet will have, of course, the French flag, and he will have no stripes.
All right, so that's how we'll be able to tell them apart. And again, they're going to be separated for most of this spacewalk. So depending on the work site also, we'll be able to help tell. But whenever you're seeing one of these external views, that's just some pointers for how you can tell who's who you're looking at over the next 6 hours or so.
Okay, guys, those are good buddy checks, and I'll also take a baseline HAP check.
EV1 half dry. EV2 half dry.
Okay, with that, we are ready to get to work. Shane, as you know, you'll be translating to S0 Bay 1, looking for a mile marker 7380. And Thomas, you'll be translating to ESP2, the forward edge, to WIF 5 for the APFR retrieval.
Copy.
All right, well, with that, all the initial checks are completed. One thing you'll hear throughout the spacewalk today is they'll repeatedly do what's called a glove and a HAP check. The HAP stands for the Helmet Absorbency Pad, and that's actually a small absorbent pad that's inside the helmet to absorb any excess water. That was added as part of the safeguards after the event where some water is introduced to the helmet of the Italian astronaut Luca Parmitano several years ago. So the crew members routinely will check their hat, basically press their head against it to make sure it's still dry. And they'll also be doing glove checks. Again, pretty much all of their movement, everything is done with these gloves, and those are really the only things on the spacesuit interacting with the rest of the station. So very important to make sure they're keeping an eye on those, look for any nicks or cuts or anything like that.
That's right. So they're both right now outside the crew airlock, and they just got instructions to translate. You'll hear that verb a lot too. That just means they're just going to move to their respective locations. First, Shane Kimbrough will start moving to his work location where the Epic MDM will be installed. This is the new and upgraded processor. So he'll go right to that work site and he'll have the spare on hand to switch those out. In the meantime, Thomas Pesquet will be moving over first to grab what's called a foot restraint. And he'll actually mount this to his work site over again on the truss, a different part of the truss that Shane Kimbrough will be on. But he'll be inspecting what's called the radiator beam valve module. This is where Dan has described is just a small leak, and Thomas' task is to just find the source of that leak. The foot restraint will help him get into a good position in order to locate that, and he has his inspection time is timed out around 1 hour and 45 minutes. That's plenty of time, hopefully, to get to find the source of that leak.
Yeah, it's timeline for 1 hour and 45, but judging by how they've worked so far, it might be even shorter than that because they're still, I think, about 45 minutes ahead on their timeline. So moving along at a nice clip. And again, we've described all of those primary tasks. There are about 7, we call them get-ahead tasks. So just in case they finish all this primary work, there's a whole bunch of extra work waiting for them.
And FYI, guys, we've got a little bit of Radicom right now, a few blockages, so we'll repeat calls as necessary. Shane, I have a caution for you. Avoid the heat pipes inside the S0 truss. A reminder, those are right next to the handrail 3448 where you'll be getting the cable.
Okay, thanks, Jessica.
And again, for those of you following us on one of the many streaming platforms, including Facebook Live and YouTube, we are monitoring the questions. We'll do our best to answer as many as we can. Somebody just asked, what are the get-ahead tasks? Well, there's several. Again, there's about 7. They primarily include some get-ahead work to prepare for future spacewalks. One's replacing a light on a crew and equipment translation aid. Another one's just removing and replacing a lens cover. And then there's a number of other components, including a flex hose rotary coupler that they'll prepare on one of the external stowage platforms if it's needed in the future. Also a pump module they'll prepare if it's ever needed to replace a current pump module. That AMS terminator installed not on today's spacewalk, as that part will be ultimately flying on the next commercial resupply vehicle from Orbital ATK. And then down a little bit further, removing a handrail for the installation of an upcoming wireless controller, installing an RGB radiator grapple bar T handle, and then breaking the torque, or basically the force, on some of the batteries, as we are in the process over the next several years of replacing a lot of the batteries on board the International Space Station. So we'll get into those more in detail if any of them get tacked on to the end of today's spacewalk, but that is just a quick rundown real quick. So as you can see, grab bag, really a variety of things taking place today as they're going to be working at opposite ends of the station doing a lot of different tasks.
That's right, Dan. Right now we are 256 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, right in the middle of an orbital nighttime. We'll be seeing a sunrise here, hopefully in the next few minutes. Some of the shots you're getting from the outside of the station is just because the International Space Station is at the nighttime. Right now, you can start seeing some of the crew members translating or moving to their respective parts. You can see at the little center middle of your screen, and then at the left of your screen, moving to their, again, respective, the first steps for today's EVA.
We have a suggested clocking of 9, but you can use whatever you like for translation.
Copy. All right, just the bag is stowed, and I'm getting ready to head into the truss, correct?
A from Shane, you can ingress the truss, again looking out for those heat pipes, and you can retrieve the MDM coil from handrail 3448 on the zenith stanchion.
And Mark. And as you can have the HFR in the reef extender, clocking of 9. Have a good pull and tug test.
Copy, Thomas. You can retrieve that and stow it on your BRT. And Shane, once you get over to the cable, please verify the 90-degree connectors, Papa 1 and Papa 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. 90-degree connectors. Papa 1, Papa 2.
Copy. Shane, you'll be temp stowing the MDM coil on handrail 3446. That's that one that is aft of the Nader MDM, the diagonally oriented on the starboard wall.
Okay, that's in sight.
And we've got a brief handover coming up here in a minute and a half.
Copy. And I have the reef extender on the APSR on my BRT.
Copy, Thomas. You can go ahead and head over to handrail 8005, the spot where you'll be leaving the adjustable fair lead safety tether using any maneuver you prefer.
Copy, 8005.
So both of these crew members working through the first steps of their first tasks, respectively. For Shane Kimbrough, he's inside of what's known as the truss. It's that very large backbone structure of the International Space Station. You can see it running from the bottom left of your screen up towards the top. And he's, again, his first task is to replace one of the external MDMs, a multiplexer demultiplexer, which is essentially a computer relay box for commanding a number of pieces of hardware and systems on the truss section of the International Space Station. So he'll be using the pistol grip tool in just a little while. That's essentially the space drill to release the bolts on the previous or the currently installed MDM, and then swap that out for the new Epic MDM, which has some upgraded functionality.
In the meantime, Thomas Pesquet has just grabbed the foot restraint. He'll be using this for his task to inspect the radiator beam valve module, where the leak has been a slow and small leak has been detected. Right now, he attached that to what's called the body restraint tether. That just means so he can free up his hands and use those to move around the station while he clips the foot restraint to himself. Now he's moving over to his work site. Well, he'll begin his first task of inspecting that valve module for that leak.
So we're about 28 minutes already into today's spacewalk. We just got another question from Xwood 4000 who wanted to know why PMA 3 is going to get moved, and it's to set up the station for future commercial crew vehicles. So PMA 3, the pressurized mating adapter number 3, is currently on the Tranquility module. Today, Shane Kimbrough is going to be disconnecting a number of cables from that, setting it up for a robotic relocation. In this picture right here, the PMA is that black structure on the left side. You can see it sticking out from Tranquility. And that is ultimately going to get moved over to the Harmony module on the space-facing side, where it's going to be used in the future as a docking port for U.S. commercial crew vehicles. It'll get an international docking adapter installed on top, and then vehicles like SpaceX's Dragon or Boeing CST-100 Starliner will be able to dock to it. There's already one PMA with an international docking adapter set up, and this will be the second one.
That's right, Dan. The PMA used to be used for when the shuttles used to dock to the station, and this international docking adapter will allow future commercial crew vehicles like the Boeing Starliner, SpaceX Crew Dragon to dock right now. The reason it's getting moved over to the space-facing side of Harmony, we've already laid out some cables where we'll actually be able to connect the IDA once it arrives, hopefully by the end of this year, maybe not if early next year.
And Thomas, plenty of time in the timeline today, so you can slow down a little bit.
Just got the cables temp stayed. I'm checking my safer handles now.
Copy on the cable, Shane. Once you egress the truss, please give me a safer handle check. And copied both safer handles. Shane, I'll also take a glove and a half check from you.
Okay, left glove looks good, no change. Right glove, good, no change. Dry half.
Copy, Shane. You can retrieve the ret hook from the ORU bag lid and attach it to the Nader EXC MDM tether point.
Okay, that's in work.
And this is a live view from one of those external cameras on the International Space Station. On the left side of the screen, you can see Shane Kimbrough again. He's in the suit with the red stripes around his legs. Just in the middle of your screen, you can actually just make out Thomas Pesquet. He, again, is in the suit with no stripes. And in the background, you can just see sunlight starting to peek over the horizon. They should be crossing the Terminator line, and they're just over the southwestern part of the United States right now.
Okay, MDM-16 Echo-0000.
As expected, as you know, go ahead and BRT to handrail 3445 and get your PGT out. I'll give you settings when you're ready.
Copy.
Right now we're getting a view from helmet cam 20. You can see the 20 at the bottom right of your screen. We'll be able to get a great view from the perspective of the astronauts as they start their EVA today. 20, it will be Thomas Pesquet, and just as Dan said, we'll see the sunrise here in a few minutes, and we'll be able to get a better view. When you see 18 or 18, that'll be Shane Kimbrough, and you'll be able to see his tasks from his point of view.
I'm on phase 1, Jessica. I'm going to go starboard and then Venus on that section here.
Copy, Thomas. You'll be looking for handle 3422 for your green hook. That's up on phase 2.
That'd be 3422.
And Shane, could you double check your WVS green light using your mirror, please?
That's on OM.
Copy. And Shane, we're actually not getting your video right now, so if you could go ahead and cycle your WVS, that'd be good.
Stand by. You're on Bravo 1, counter 2, correct?
Affirm, Bravo 1, counter 2. You'll be releasing the secondary bolts, expecting 7 to 14 turns.
Okay, Bravo 1, counter 2 is set. I'm getting on light here for you. Off, now it's back on.
Copy, Shane, and looks like you're at your green hook location, Thomas.
I'm working on that. Okay, I'm going for the port secondary bolt, Jessica.
Copy, Shane.
I just got my green hook, 3422. It's closed and locked.
Copy, Thomas. You can translate to P1 with 4. A reminder, you'll be heading aft of the P1 SASA, which is on, so please stay at or below the stanchion.
Copy, will do. Hey, Jessica, the port bolt is released, going for the starboard secondary bolt. At 15 turns on the first one.
Copy, Shane.
All right, 10 turns on the starboard bolt. It's released.
Copy 10 turns. On the primary bolt, you can expect 25 to 32 turns, same settings.
Okay, and we're... And I'm translating right above you. Okay.
And so this of you now getting that WVS, that wireless video system view from Shane Kimbrough's helmet cam. You can see he has the pistol grip tool, and he's working on removing the old external MDM right now. That's the first part of this task, and then he'll be swapping it out with the new upgraded one.
Turns. Yeah, did 31 turns, Jessica. Please.
Copy 31. You can stow your PGT and slide the MDM along the guide rails to remove it.
PGT is stowed, pulling the MDM out.
Copy, Shane.
Cotherm looks good. I don't see any cotherm on the bracket at all, and it all looks intact on the MDM.
Copy, good cotherm, and we'll also take the blind mate connection inspection on the cold plate.
So you can see from helmet cam 18 right there, that's NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough. He just pulled out the old, what's called MDM, the multiplexer demultiplexer. It's the processor that allows a lot of experiments to run at the same time. He's now going to switch it out for an upgraded MDM. You'll hear it on the lines as the Epic MDM. He'll switch those out, and that'll be complete the first of his tasks.
Jessica, I'm at the FPNU, closing in on this SF.
Copy, Thomas. And a reminder, you're looking for WIF 4. Let me know when you're ready for settings for the WIF extender. And Shane, whenever's a good time for you, we'll take an inspection on the spare.
All right, I'm looking at it now. The arm looks nice, no damage. Primate connectors next. Turns all look good, no fraud. Straight turns. Jessica, I have V4 at the base of this SA antenna. I'm ready for settings for clocking at least.
Clocking will be 3, Thomas.
On the WIF extender, copy.
Okay, Shane, you can align the guide pins with the guide rails and slide the MDM into soft dock. We'll also take an inspection of the NZGL once you get it in position.
All right.
So right now you're seeing from helmet cam 18 from the perspective of Shane Kimbrough. He just did an inspection of the new hardware, the upgraded Epic MDM. Everything checked out, looks good. So now he's going to slide it into position and inspect what's called the NZGL. This is the connector where all of the power and data connections will be. Once he slides it into position, he'll connect it and start wrapping up the first of his procedures pretty quickly for installing the new and upgraded processor. In the meantime, Thomas Pesquet on the other end of the truss, at least from the perspective of Shane Kimbrough, he's now heading over to his what's called WIF. You'll hear that a couple times, worksite interface. That'll be his worksite where he'll install the foot restraint and begin his procedures for inspecting the radiator beam valve module and start checking for that small leak that's there. Again, the small leak is relatively small, and there's no need right now to at least address the issue. It's a small enough leak where it'll be taken care of on a later EVA.
On the alignment with the alignment guides, so there is not an indicator.
Okay.
And Thomas, your clocking of 3, the other settings will be alpha 1.
Yeah, the APSR in with the clocking of 3. 9 on the double line, Jessica double checking here, and copy alpha for the next.
Affirm, WIFX settings are 3 alpha 1.
Alpha 1, copy. Jessica, I have a mini workstation RET on the MDM.
Copy, Shane. You can lock out the RET as desired for your operations and remove the round scoop.
Okay, north.
And to let you guys know, we do have good WVS video from both of you now.
Okay, great. All right, Jessica, the scoop is removed.
Copy, Shane. You can drive the primary bolt. Settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy.
Reminder that you'll be driving that bolt. Copy, Shane. We see that.
Hold on just a second. Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Affirm, Shane, and you'll be driving the primary bolt 23 turns only.
Copy, 23 turns.
Thomas, let me know when you're ready for the APFR settings.
About just 1 minute.
Again, looking from the perspective of Shane Kimbrough's helmet cam, you'll see at the bottom right corner the number 18, that's his helmet camera. He had a little bit of trouble pushing that new processor into position. It was sliding out a bit, but now it looks like he's got a good grip. He's holding the pistol grip tool. It's pretty much like a space drill, and he has instructions to now bolt that new hardware into place and start wrapping up the first of his procedures for installing the new hardware.
And Shane, make sure you give that a little bit of forward pressure pushing in while you're driving that primary bolt.
Okay, I am. 6 turns now.
Copy.
So I'm going to stop there at 12 and just make sure we're driving. Make sure it's seating. Yeah, it feels like it is.
Copy, Shane, and we have a good view as well.
Shane Kimbrough continuing to drive that bolt. Just past his perspective, you can see the brightness of the Earth. Right now, the International Space Station is flying 254 statute miles off the west coast of Ecuador.
23 turns. That's on oil on the torque.
And could you give us the torque value, Shane?
5.0 for actual.
Copy 5.0. Stand by for settings. Shane, that'll be Alpha 5, clockwise 2. You can drive the primary bolt to torque, a minimum of 2.5 more turns.
Alpha 5, clockwise 2. That sets, and minimum 2.5 turns, but go to torque.
Affirm.
SCAV clocking of 3. VHFR, my pitch.
Copy, Tama. 3, Papa, Papa, Golf 1.
Papa, Papa, Golf 1.
Getting a good view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam. Again, his helmet cam designation is 20. Right now he's installing the foot restraint. He's trying to get this into position, and he'll put his feet at the end of that to inspect the radiator beam valve module for the location of potential leaks. In the meantime, Shane Kimbrough continuing to drive those bolts to finish the installation of the Epic MDM. On Facebook, we have a Twitter from Peter Aniko, who has the hashtag AskNASA and asked, did the astronauts practice these procedures before going to the ISS? The astronauts have practiced in what's called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory here at the NASA Johnson Space Center. It's a giant pool that's 40 feet deep and has mock-ups of the International Space Station inside. And they run through these procedures quite a bit before they go up to the International Space Station, almost to the point where doing this becomes muscle memory.
All right, that's complete.
Copy, Shane. You can drive the port secondary bolt. Your settings, again, will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and you're driving the port bolt 5 turns only.
All right, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set. Port, 5 turns only. Turns. You're on the torque.
Could you repeat the torque on that one, please, Shane?
0.
Sorry, Shane, we still didn't get that. One more time.
0.
Okay, Shane, we're copying 0 torque. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Copy. Stand by.
I just got 3. Papa, Papa, Golf 1. I have a good pull pass from the HFR, good pull pass from the roof extender.
Copy, Tama. You can configure the ingress aid for ingress.
Copy.
Okay, Shane, your new setting will be Alpha 1, clockwise 2. You can drive the port bolt to torque, again, a minimum of 2.5 turns.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2, minimum of 2.5 turns going to torque.
Affirm.
Jessica, 6 turns, 2.3 torque, green light, port bolt.
Copy, Shane. Shane, your go for the starboard secondary bolt. Settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2, again starting with 5 turns only.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set, 5 turns on the starboard.
And so Shane Kimbrough moving right along with this first task. He's got 2 of the bolts in on the new MDM, the third and final one going now. And then after that, he'll just have to hook up or install a new cable.
5 turns, 0.3 for the torque.
Copy, Shane. Stand by.
And once that cable's installed, this first task of swapping out a new MDM will be complete.
Again, you can drive the starboard bolt to torque, a minimum of 2.5 turns.
The Alpha 1 is set, on the torque, minimum 2.5 turns. I just got double checking here. The ingress aid is pretty stiff to bring back up. The rotation feature at the base of the ingress aid. Is that for rotation or is that for removing it? That's for removing it, right?
A-firm, all you need to do is just pull up on the ingress aid itself.
That's what I thought, but it's really stiff. Working on that.
Copy, yeah, it can get stuck. So let us know. We have a good view on that. It is pretty stiff.
That's just 7 turns, 2.3 on the torque, green light.
And Toma, if you pull up at the top near the handle, you might have some more leverage for that.
Copy. That's good. You copy my 2.3 on the torque, 7 turns, green light.
2.37 and green, Shane. You can stow your PGT and remove your BRT.
Okay, Jessica, the ingress aid configured for ingress.
Copy, Tama. I'll take a glove and a HAP check from you.
All right. Glove, good, no cuts, no abrasions. Gloves, good, no cuts, no abrasions. RTD, good, happy drive.
Copy, Tama. I'm going to read you some cautions before you ingress the APFR. A reminder that the TARG DLAs can only withstand up to 50 pounds of force in any direction at the RBVM worksite. If the radiator beam oscillates, wait until the beam stops moving before touching anything on the beam, and do not translate directly on radiator beam structure.
Y'all just go.
Okay, Tama, you have a go to ingress the APFR. Shane, I see you working on the cable there. You can remove it from 3446. A reminder, you'll be separating Papa 1 from Papa 2, temp stowing Papa 1 on handrail 3446 for the next EVA, but you'll clean that up at the end so it doesn't need to be too pretty at this point.
Okay, I'll just get Papa 2 ready and then I'll set all up here at the end.
And with that, it looks like Shane Kimbrough has that new Epic MDM installed. Next up, we'll be installing a cable. And then he'll actually give the go to the teams down here on the ground and mission control to power it up.
Your ingress aid is going to be pretty close to those lines and those QD connectors, so try to keep an eye on the ingress aid as well.
That's my best. It's pretty wobbly. Just have a wet on the cap. Do you want me to put it right to the cap keeper or do swap?
That's up to you, Shane. It's going to end up on the cap keeper. You can leave it on your workstation for now or put it on the cap keeper now.
Okay. Work on it now. All right, it's on the cap keeper. Taking my red off.
Copy, Shane. We'll take an inspection of the connector.
15 meter. Just scanning the GXR. Looking at the workspace. Yeah, Thomas.
Copy, Thomas. Nice ingress. You can attach your waist tether to the ingress aid if you haven't already done so. And the first thing you'll be doing is retrieving your EVA camera.
Jessica, can you see the cap in my helmet?
Affirm.
The lever needs to go further, or is that as far as it goes? Solid right there.
It needs to go a bit further, Shane.
I just got the UVA camera ready.
Copy, Thomas. You'll be taking photos of the following. First of all, start out with a full shot of the RBVM. Then you'll be moving on to the QD booties for mic 1 and mic 2 on the RBVM side.
And so getting a view, again, this is through Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam. You can tell by the number 20 in the lower right-hand corner. He's over at the RBVM, and that, again, is that radiator beam valve module. It's the location of a suspected ammonia leak, a very small leak that engineers have been tracking for quite a while, several years actually, but it's been starting to increase slightly over the last 6 months. So they used a robotic external leak locator to sniff around for ammonia on the external part of the station and narrowed everything down to this module right here. So Thomas Pesquet going to be taking a lot of photos and video of this for further analysis down here on the ground. Again, he's starting with the full shot of the module and some shots of the QD booties, so the quick disconnect booties, the small covers around those quick disconnects on some of the various cables. And then he'll be actually looking at all the hoses and the other items, and he'll actually be jostling and moving things around a little bit just to see if anything is to come free.
Pictures of the radiator flex hose for QD mic 1 and mic 2. And Shane, we're taking a look at the crib sheet to help you out with that NZGL connector. Shane, first of all, could you inspect the lever for any FOD?
It looks good, and it just looks, it's really stiff, obviously, so not getting past that last bump there.
Copy. So no damage or anything to the linkage either?
Linkage looks good on both sides.
Copy.
Don't see anything. Okay, Jessica, I took pictures of the flex hoses.
Copy, Thomas. Now we'll take pictures of the QD booties for mic 3 and mic 4. That's the junction box side. And then also the system lines. A reminder, those are the ones that are running behind the radiator flex hoses for mic 1 and mic 2. Okay, Shane, we're continuing on in the crib sheet here, so we would like you to take a hook from any adjustable equipment tether that you have, take that to a nearby handrail stanchion, and then one end on the connector lever. And the hook might not fully close around the lever.
Jessica, pictures. Okay.
Okay, Thomas, take shots of anything else that you see that looks of interest. We're not seeing any flakes in your camera view, so of course give us a report on anything you see and any other areas that you think might be worth photographing.
Okay. And as far as I can tell, everything looks good, like you said, no flakes at all. Lines look good, at least the silver and the line looks good. These are in place, the hoses looks good, no flakes. VVM looks good, I see nothing particular. This is a good.
Okay, copy all, Thomas. That's good news. That's a good report. You can stow the EVA camera and retrieve the GoPro. Okay, Shane, now that you have those hooks set up, you'll slowly increase force on the NZGL in the direction away from the handrail to pull the lever into the demated position. And Thomas, once you have the GoPro, you can go ahead and press and hold the button to start recording. A reminder that you'll be able to see the light blinking on the front of the camera. And then you will record the same areas that you just did with the EVA camera at a close distance, no closer than 6 inches. And we do want some slow pans. Let me know if you'd like me to repeat any of those shots, but they'll be the same as the previous.
Being more Jessica, I'll ask you if I need. I don't think that's going to work, Jessica. Just say you need it, it's like this, but you can't get it under. You can only get under it the other way, but then you're pulling it out every time you pull.
Copy, Shane. We can see that. We've got a good view. And Shane, you could try just wrapping the strap around that lever to give you a little bit of a different angle for leverage to help you pulling on that one.
Well, we're already 1 hour, 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, it started when they flipped their suits over to battery power. at 6:24 a.m. Central Time, 7:24 a.m. Eastern.
Great news. Once you are situated there, we'll take an inspection for that one then.
Okay, the cap is off. It's connected to the cap keeper going back to the bag. And it all looks good. No FOD. Fans, but it all looks clean. Got my helmet.
Copy, Shane. You have a go to connect that to the Epic MDM.
Both of these crew members still working through their first task of the day. Shane Kimbrough is just about done with his installation of the new Epic MDM, an upgraded computer relay box for to allow flight controllers to control and get data back from a number of systems on the outside of the station.
Cleaning up the cable. A reminder to make sure that the MT path is clear. You'll be cleaning up that coil on handrail 3446, leaving it nice and pretty for the next EVA team, which should be you again, on handrail 3446 for the next MDM ORU R&R.
Okay, that's in work. I have my adjustable off the handrail back on my workstation.
Copy.
And while Shane Kimbrough's wrapping that up, Thomas Pesquet moving through his first task. Here you can see he has a GoPro camera where he's actually taking some video of that radiator beam valve module. And that's the suspected point of a small ammonia leak that they've been tracking for some time. And so taking a lot of pictures, getting some video for further analysis by teams down here on the ground. I'll actually be patting and jostling some of the hoses just to see if any flakes of ammonia come out.
And leaving it recording while you're working.
Yeah, Frank, that's good now. I'll have work on that. Jessica, can you see my helmet cam? Is that good? It's definitely on the MT path. It's coiled to 3446.
Copy, Shane. We're looking. Cables look good, Shane. Nice work. With that, on your go, we will power up the Epic MDM.
Okay, you have a go. I'll start cleaning up the bag and putting the in there, or the old one in there.
And Shane, before you clean up the bag, if you like, we'll take a WVS survey, and then we will also take some closeout photos. But your decision if you want to do that before or after the bag.
Okay, I'll do the photos now.
Okay, Thomas, the first thing that we're going to be doing is assessing your reach to the RBVM flex hoses. A reminder, those are the flex hoses for mic 1 and mic 2. Looks like your reach is going to be pretty good, but let us know what you think.
Stand by, Jessica. I'm still working on the camera. View. Okay. Oh, reach to, sorry, to what again?
Assess your reach to the flex hoses. So those are the RBVM flex hoses for mic 1 and mic 2.
Okay, they're right in my face. No problem at all.
Copy, we see the same. We thought that that would be your response. So now go ahead on mic 1, gently pat and rub the radiator flex hose from QD to QD. Of course, what we're looking for is the liberation of any possible flakes. Make sure you try to assess where they're coming from if you see any.
Copy. Someone is the one closer to me. You're rubbing and patting. No flakes. Nothing.
Copy. And can you reach the underside as well?
And so right now what you're seeing is Thomas Pesquet is actually patting on the various hoses and connectors just to see if they liberate or free up any flakes of ammonia. And again, this whole survey is being done as this is the suspected site of a very small ammonia leak. Some of the external leak locator scans they did zeroed in on this area, so Pesquet doing the survey now for teams down here on the ground. Right now we see him kind of patting on those hoses, seeing if any ammonia will come out.
That's right, and to the left of your screen right there, you see a GoPro has been mounted, sort of selfie stick style, where it has a clear view and will be able to provide any kind of feedback as to if there are flakes that they happen to miss during this live stream. They can go back and see the recorded view from this GoPro.
Sort of a squeezing motion on those flex lines so that the MLI actually moves a little bit in order to liberate anything that might be there. That looks great.
Yeah, I don't want to put too much force into that, but my padding was too gentle.
That looks great. We don't think you've got 50 pounds of force in that squeeze.
You guys got textile pictures? Do you guys need more WVS?
We're good with the WVS. Thanks for the photos. And Shane, as you're cleaning up that bag, a reminder that you will stow the free round scoop on your mini workstation. That is the one that you're going to be leaving on the GEM ORU bag when you get to the airlock, though. So up to you whether or not you just want to leave it on the outside of that bag instead.
Okay, I'll put it on my workstation.
Copy. You'll also be retrieving the cap keeper with the 5 caps on it and stowing that on your mini workstation. You can go ahead and keep that close with your mini workstation infector.
Okay, what else can I do for you?
Stand by, Tamar. We're assessing down here, and then next move will be to manipulate the QDs, but I'll give you that go in just a minute here.
I'll be standing by. I looked at the flex code coming from M2 as well, and it doesn't seem to be any flake.
Copy. We saw that. And while we're waiting for a response, it looks like you're going to have good reach to all of the QDs as well from this WIF position. Do you concur?
I concur. Maybe M4 is going to be a little bit hard to reach. M1 and M2 on that side, easy.
Copy. Okay, we're ready to get started with those QDs, Tama. You can remove the booty for mic 1. Check if any flakes are present.
You're removing the booty for mic 1.
And so now Thomas Pesquet.
No flakes, Jessica. Good.
Copy, Tama. You can pat and rub the radiator flex line near the QD. Again, looking for flakes.
No flakes. All good.
Copy, Tama. Please take a look at the aft white band and let me know if it's visible.
I'm a little bit too high now. This.
And a real short video handover. We should get that signal back shortly, but right now, Thomas Pesquet manipulating again those different hoses and connectors on that radiator beam valve module. And again, he's just trying to play around with them a little bit, see if any ammonia flakes or anything like that comes out, as that is the suspected site of a very small ammonia leak that engineers have been tracking for quite some time, actually. So he's just going through, manipulating hoses, taking a lot of pictures and videos, and just seeing if anything pops up. And then all that's going to get reviewed again by engineers down here on the ground. This is just his first task. And I mean, Shane's almost done with his first one as well.
That's right. So Shane just wrapped up installing a new processor on the outside of the International Space Station. This is an upgrade, has a lot more processing power and memory, and actually has some Ethernet connections, which are new to the MDM. They just completed the task of bolting it down and hooking up the cables and had a successful power up. Everything looks good, so he's beginning his cleanup activities, and he'll move on to his next thing, which is disconnecting the PMA3 to get ready to move it to its new location.
That's right. And for those just now joining, why are we moving PMA3? So PMA3 is the pressurized mating adapter number 3. It's one of 3 on board the International Space Station. In this picture, it's the black structure there just off center of the photograph, and that's being moved from the Tranquility module over to the Harmony module, where it's eventually going to become a docking port for future U.S. commercial crew vehicles. It'll first need to get what's known as an international docking adapter attached, but it'll be on the space-facing side of the module, so pointing straight up, and it will be one of 2 ports where those vehicles can actually attach to. But it looks like we are getting our video back from the International Space Station, so let's hop back into these helmet cams and see what these crew members are working on.
Copy, Shane. You can retrieve the bag and stow it on your BRT.
You have for that tube.
We can see from the vantage point, kind of the same vantage point as you, so we can't really assess whether the white band from this angle.
You describe what I see.
And Shane, once you have the MDM ORU bag stowed on your BRT, you'll take a glove and a HAP check.
The gloves both look good, the same, and dry HAP.
Copy, Shane. You have a go to translate back to the airlock.
Okay, that's in order.
And Tamar, we'll take a GoPro close range image, so about 6 inches. I think you'll have to take it off of your BRT for that. Double check the lights blinking and we'll get a recording of the QD.
Do you want me to describe? I see.
Sure, we'll take a description.
QD properly mated, there's no gap at the threads. The speed is in position. Looks like the tail is at the aft speed stop, not fully forward. I think there's a gap at the release ring, side gap more than 3 millimeters.
Copy all, Tamar. Thank you. And Shane, you'll be stowing the MDM ORU bag in the airlock. You'll also be stowing your round scoop on the outside of the GEM ORU bag, and then egressing the airlock.
Copy. Thermal covers open.
Copy thermal cover.
Right now, getting a view from Shane Kimbrough's helmet cam. He is done with installing the new processor on the truss, and now he is taking his toolbox and putting it back in the airlock for now. This is his stop on the way to his next workstation, which is the PMA-3. That's over on the Tranquility module, the habitable part of the ISS. He'll head over there and start disconnecting some of the cables. This will allow the robotic arm to grab the PMA and move it to its new location on the space-facing side of Node 2 Harmony. This will take place on Sunday.
Just going to get footage of that QD.
Copy, Thomas. You can stow the camera again, and then we have some more inspection tests for you. The first thing you'll be doing is reading and performing the pull test on the SPID.
Copy. A good pull test on the SPID, just get held firmly in place.
Copy, Thomas. You can move the bail forward to the full open position. Let us know if there's any forward motion, and we'll also want to know if it stays forward once you release it.
Okay, Mark.
For these two crew members.
5 degrees, say, rotation, forward motion, stays in place.
Okay, copy,
Now
Thomas.
the gap at the release ring has disappeared. Remember, the release gap has disappeared. Check the release ring.
Copy, Thomas. And verify the SPID is still properly installed.
It is still properly installed. Good pull test on the SPID.
Copy, Thomas. Any chance you can see the aft white band now?
You can see the aft white band nice and visible.
Okay, copy. Good news. With that, you can go ahead and close the booty over the QD. Verify all flaps are attached and no parts of the QD are exposed.
Copy, Mark.
So, Thomas, your next steps after that is going to be to repeat that for Mike 3.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that'll be the other end, exactly where you're looking now, the junction box side of that same flex line.
Copy.
Getting a view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam. Again, it's the 20 at the bottom corner of your screen. He's continuing with the meticulous inspection of the radiator beam valve module, going through step by step and part by part to see if he can locate the source of the leak. Again, the robotic leak locator at the end of the station's robotic arm detected something over in this area, and now continuing with meticulous inspection. The GoPro that you see to the left of your screen will provide a recorded view in case they miss anything from these live views that we're getting now.
That's right, and the crew members still continuing to stay pretty well ahead of their timeline so far. We are 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 43 seconds into today's spacewalk, which again started officially at 6:24 a.m. Central Time, 7:24 a.m. Eastern. And Shane Kimbrough already complete with his first task, getting that Epic MDM installed, replacing the old external MDM. And then he'll be moving on to his next task momentarily to disconnect cables on the pressurized mating adapter number 3. He's over at the airlock right now, stowing some equipment bags that he no longer needs. And meanwhile, Thomas Pesquet, as Gary was just telling you, working through that inspection task. It was scheduled to last just shy of 2 hours, so he moving along quite quickly as well. The spacewalk officer reporting we were about 30 to 40 minutes ahead on the timeline still. So again, if they're able to complete all of these primary tasks, they will have some get-aheads to keep them busy for a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk today.
Cover's closed.
Copy thermal cover. Shane, you'll be translating over to PMA3 for the cable bracket release and the PMA3 disconnect. I'll give you a warning and a caution. First of all, the PMA and Node 1 handrails may be hot. Use caution when handling. Avoid inadvertent contact with the open CBM pedal covers, cupola window shutters on Node 3.
Copy all, Jessica. Thank you.
And you'll be translating to Node 3 via the aft path.
Again, Shane Kimbrough, helmet cam 18, now moving from the airlock to his work site over to disconnect the pressurized mating adapter. The International Space Station, you can see the Earth right from Shane Kimbrough's helmet cam there, now entering an orbital nighttime. We're 249 statute miles just above the Indian Ocean.
Visible at all. It's visible, but not fully.
Copy partially visible white band on mic 3 and the forward gap. You can record the QD with GoPro at close range once again.
I think the GoPro has been recording from the BRT. I'll give you some more variety in the shots.
Copy, Tama. Yeah, it looks like it's in a pretty good position there. And Shane, a reminder, once you get over to the airlock trunnions, we do want you to fair lead below those trunnions.
Where do you want me to do that?
Once you come over to the aft side of the equipment lock, those trunnions that are facing aft.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, right to your right.
And so Shane Kimbrough again making his way over to PMA3 where he's going to be disconnecting some cables. Just a little history for you on PMA number 3. It was actually delivered back in October of 2000 to the International Space Station. It's had several homes throughout its time on board, initially attached to the Earth-facing part of the Unity module. And then it moved around several times. It was actually used for a few shuttle dockings, seeing both shuttles Endeavour and Atlantis dock, but then was not used after STS-98 for the rest of the space shuttle's operations, all of them going to PMA number 2. But it was ultimately moved to the Tranquility, to its spot on Tranquility back in February of 2010. And then is getting ready to get moved one more time coming up on Sunday, as Gary was mentioning earlier. So what Shane Kimbrough is going to be doing is disconnecting some cables, getting that ready, and then ground controllers, people right here in this room will actually use the Canadarm2, the big space station robotic arm, to grapple with that PMA, fly it over to a different section of the International Space Station and attach it, where it's going to become the home for future commercial crew dockings. But it's got to get another part first, doesn't it?
That's right. The International Docking Adapter, we have one already. It's on the attached to PMA-2 on the forward end of the station. Once PMA-3 is located, we're expecting the IDA to come on a cargo mission later this year or maybe early next, and that will after that we'll mount it to the PMA and start connecting the cables, which have already been routed to that location.
10 to 15.
That's right. And so you're going to continue hearing the chatter. We should be getting that video communication back with the station in just a little while. Again, just a reminder, a lot of the voices that you'll hear Thomas Pesquet and Shane Kimbrough, obviously, are two spacewalkers. You'll also be hearing NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She's here on the top in the dark-colored jacket. She's what's known as the ground IV for today's operations, being our voice communication link between the teams here in Mission Control and these two spacewalking astronauts.
Okay, Tama, we're good with that QD, so you can go ahead and close the booty. Once again, verify all flaps are attached and no parts are exposed.
Teamwork.
And Shane, a reminder at 617, that'll just be a poor man fair lead. You'll be dropping your green hook once you get over to node 3.
Understand.
And just a reminder for those watching out there, we are streaming today's Spacewalk live on both Facebook and YouTube, along with NASA TV and our Ustream feeds. And we are trying to take some questions and then answer them. I believe David on Facebook just asked if we did say that ground controllers can control the robotic arm. And yes, in fact, they can and will. For today's Spacewalk, Peggy Whitson will be controlling the arm inside to position it for Thomas Pesquet, but for the actual robotic operation to move the pressurized mating adapter, it will be done by ground controllers. Most of the time, it's a tandem effort between folks here in Mission Control Houston and up in Canada, the Canadian Space Agency, the ones who created, built, and delivered the Canadarm2 to be flown on the space shuttle and ultimately attached to the International Space Station, which then went on to build much of the station. And yes, they do have the capability to control that from back down here on Earth.
And Shane, as you round the corner there, you're looking to drop your green hook on handrail 0650 on the port end cone.
Copy insight. Green hook is on 0650.
Copy, Shane. You can translate to PMA3 on the aft side. You'll be looking for that TA clamp on node 3 MMOD shield Charlie 207. That's where you'll be installing the long wire tie, pre-positioning that around the base of the TA clamp.
All right, and north.
And tomorrow we saw you working on that booty. I know the Velcro looked a bit less than desirable, but you think it's in a good spot now?
Well, there's trying to do something symmetrical compared to the other one, but there's one flap that I don't really know where to put. It's going to see in place all right, but that's
Okay.
a spot that I don't want to be hanging.
Copy. Let me know when you're in a good position then for my... Okay, copy.
Yeah.
Right now, the International Space Station is 250 miles above the Earth, just over China right now. We just passed into an orbital nighttime. You'll notice that the helmet camera views will be pretty dark right now. Our crew members will continue to work through their procedures, though, right now looking at camera helmet number 20. That's a view from Thomas Pesquet. He's continuing to work through checking for leaks at the radiator beam valve module. In the meantime, Shane Kimbrough now arriving at the pressurized mating adapter 3 worksite.
And the MLI on that QD is actually designed to go over the bail. So you might need to recenter the MLI so that the large pocket is over the bail.
It is over the bail, but doesn't change much.
Copy. Shane, we've got a good look there at your wire tie. Looks like you're almost finished up with that one. After that, you'll be looking for handrail 1603.
Okay, yeah, I'm just getting started on this, but I'll get a 1603 here in a minute.
Copy. And Tama, regarding the MLI, we realize that the Velcro might not be ideal there. The key point is that all of the QD surfaces are covered. So if they are covered, we are okay with that config. If you do have any doubts there, then you have a go to use one of your wire ties to go around the booty.
I think it's fine. I think they're all covered. Just that this MLI flap seems to have two settings. There's two sets of Velcro, two different distances. I use the shorter setting, which is enough to go around that size QD, then the rest of the flap is okay. But other than that, it's well covered, so I think it's good.
Okay, we copy. You can go ahead and move on to Mic 2. We'll be doing an inspection there.
Copy. Mic 2 in Mark.
And Tama, before you leave that QD, can you verify that there's no Velcro showing on the booty?
There's no Velcro showing. There's one inside of that flap right here, but that's the only place it can go.
Copy. So for Mic 2, the first thing you'll do is remove that booty and look for flakes as you did in the other case. A reminder to please open slowly in case the detent button is free.
Okay, looking for flakes at Mic 2.
Again, Thomas Pesquet from helmet camera number 20, continuing his step-by-step inspection of the radiator beam valve module, looking for any possible source that may be the source of the leak that's there right now. Very slow leak. They're just looking for the source of it right now, and we'll continue to fix it later. For those of you on Facebook Live, asking why it is so dark, again, from helmet camera 20, you can just see that Thomas Pesquet's helmet camera lights are lighting up his workspace. Right now, the International Space Station is 252 statute miles above China in orbital nighttime. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, experiences the light and dark as necessary. Right now, China just happens to be in the dark part of the Earth.
That's right, and it looks like it'll be about 20 to 21 minutes, and we should start seeing the sun poke its head over the horizon again, and these astronauts will once again be in daytime. But again, Thomas Pesquet still working on that first task, inspecting for any signs of ammonia flakes, and but Shane Kimbrough already over by PMA 3, the pressurized mating adapter number 3, to work on disconnecting some cables and preparing it for its upcoming robotic relocation.
All right, Thomas, I see your shadows over there looking good. Don't see you, Shane. I got my face in the QDs, but I know you're looking good. All right, Jessica, ready for PGT.
Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2. You'll be releasing the cable stanchion bracket, expecting 10 to 13 turns.
Bravo 5, counter 2. Bravo 5, counter 2 is set.
Copy.
Jessica, you got video.
Copy, Thomas. You can stow the GoPro once again. Thomas, the next thing you'll be doing is rotating the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Copy. very stiff. I hope I can put it back in inside afterwards.
Okay, Thomas, copy.
Expansion's released. Right.
Copy, Shane. You can stow your PGT. And Thomas, you can check the detent button is fully installed.
Button is fully installed.
Check the detent button is up.
Is up.
And check the detent button can be depressed and only do so lightly.
I just get locking collars not fully released. It's really stiff. Not 100% sure I can bring it back once it's removed. Do you guys want to take that risk or not?
Stand by, Thomas. And Shane, if you had the number of turns on that cable stanchion bracket, we'll take it, and you can stow your PGT.
There is around 12. I put my PGT away. I just cut the 4 cords.
Okay, copy. So the booties are removed and the cords are cut on all 4 connectors.
The booty, I didn't have to remove the booties for that. You want me to remove them all the way now?
A-firm, you can slide the booties away from the connectors.
Okay. Complete. No, that's fine. Correction, Jessica, if I rotate at the locking collar boss, using that as a lever arm, it's fine. So no problem at all. I can rotate it both directions.
Copy, Thomas. You can depress the detent button.
Can't be depressed.
Okay, Tom, I think that you said it's a negative. It cannot be depressed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, copy. Detent button cannot be depressed. Stand by. So Shane, when those booties are back and the laces are cut, which it looks like they are, you have a go to disconnect the zenith most inboard connectors from the Alpha 2 panel. A reminder, those are Juliet 1 and Juliet 2, and you'll be installing the 4 caps on your cap keeper on all of those, both the panel side and the cable side.
All right, copy and work.
And a reminder, they're different sizes. They should be labeled for you accordingly. Let me know if you want any more guidance on that.
And so right now, Shane Kimbrough working to disconnect the series of cables currently attaching PMA3, that pressurized main adapter number 3, to the Tranquility module. All of those cables will ultimately be routed around and then secured on the portion of Tranquility known as its end cone. So at the the end portion just above where PMA3 is located. And it's all of this, again, being done to set up for the eventual robotic relocation coming up on Sunday, March 26th, of that PMA over to the Harmony module, where it's going to become the future docking location for U.S. commercial crew vehicles.
The detent button. And a reminder that you'll be releasing the detent button before you release the force on the bail.
Yeah, the bail doesn't move forward. I think it's at the full forward position.
Copy. And now can you depress the button?
Negative.
Copy, still can't depress the detent button. Stand by. Okay, Thomas, given that signature, we would like to verify one more time that the locking collar is rotated to the unlocked position.
We rotate it, Jessica.
One more time, Thomas?
Rotate it to the unlocked position.
Okay, copy. It is rotated.
Rotate it to the unlocked position.
Copy. Stand by.
Just as a side note, I have to put any kind of force in those connectors. I need to brace on something. The APFR plus the reef extender is way too wobbly. I don't want to put too much force into the wobbly. So.
Okay, Thomas, we copy and understand. We're going to repeat those detent button and bail forward motion steps. So now you can once again move the bail full forward, and then while maintaining that forward force, press on the detent button.
Jessica, once again, the bail is full forward. It's not going anywhere more forward than that, and the button cannot be pressed.
Okay, we copy. Stand by.
From the other side, I'll have a better position and I can put more force into it, but for now, you're not moving forward at all.
Okay, we copy, Thomas.
There's no gap at the release ring, so it's so surprising that it's not moving forward.
Copy, Thomas. Stand by. Close. Okay, Thomas, you can go ahead and reinstall that MLI, and then we'll be moving on to see if you can reach Mike 4 from this position.
You want the locking collar back in position?
Affirm, locking collar back to locked.
Jessica, for J3, how far on the on the opposite side do I have to pull that bail all the way back?
Yeah, affirm, Shane. You'll pull it all the way back to the soft dock position, but you do not need to demate it on the outboard side.
Okay.
So Shane, sounds like you're already working on it. You can disconnect both of those nadir connectors from Alpha 2. Those ones do not need any caps.
Copy that. So I've got the bail on 4 back, but I'm stuck on there, so I'll work on that here in a minute. And having a hard time on 3 getting the outboard side bail back.
Copy.
Just get the booties back on M2.
Copy, Thomas. Take a look and see if you can get both of those hands on Mike 4. If you can't, then we'll get that once we switch to the other APFR position, but let us know on that one first.
It's possible to get both hands on Mike 4, but I don't think I can do the button and very forward at the same time deal. That won't be possible for me.
Copy, Thomas. So we will wait with Mike 4 until we move to the other position, but right now, still remaining in this position, we do want to take a look at those system lines. So let us know what your access is like to the rigid system lines. Reminder, those are the ones in the silver MLI between the RBVM and the junction box QDs.
I have no problem accessing everything that's port of M3, both the upper and the lower system line. Anything that's starboard of M3, anything that's port, I cannot access.
Copy, Thomas. And Thomas, stand by. We are assessing down here your next steps.
For those of you just tuning in, we are in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, here at the NASA Johnson Space Center. That was Jessica Meir. She's the ground IV. She will be the voice that you'll be hearing from here in the Mission Control Houston to the two astronauts we have doing the spacewalk today. EV1 will be Shane Kimbrough. He'll be the helmet camera number 18. Thomas Pesquet will be number 20. We'll be monitoring Facebook Live, YouTube Live, some of our streaming platforms that we have here online. A lot of you coming up with some great questions. Just continue to use the hashtag AskNASA for some of those. We had one as to where is the space station right now? Well, if you notice, when we do have, right now we're in a loss of communications, so we cannot provide a video at this time. But right now, the International Space Station is 256 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean. From this map, you can see that it's in a little bit of the darker area. That just means that it's in an orbital nighttime. So whenever we go and cut to those cameras, you'll notice that the view is a little bit darker. But you can see that red line at the left-ish of your screen, somewhere around where New Mexico and Colorado is. Once we cross that line, we'll have plenty of light and be able to see our two spacewalking astronauts. Dan, I think we had another question come in about commercial. Right now, we are Shane Kimbrough is working on disconnecting some of the cables from PMA3, Pressurized Mating Adapter 3, to move to its new location on the space-facing side of Node 2, the Harmony module. Now, there's a commercial aspect to why that is being moved. Can you describe that?
That's right. And the commercial aspect is it's a future docking port, essentially. So something called an international docking adapter. This will be IDA3. It's one of two that will ultimately be attached to the station. One's already up there. This will be the second one. And those will be the future docking ports for these U.S. commercial crew vehicles. So these are vehicles being developed by two commercial companies here in the United States, Boeing and SpaceX, that will ultimately start carrying astronaut crew members from NASA and the international partners, once again from U.S. soil, so those launches. And so this relocation of PMA3 is moving it over to Harmony, where they have plenty of clear space to dock all of these future vehicles. And Shane Kimbrough right now, his second task of the day is disconnecting all the cables currently attaching PMA3. He's about halfway through that so far, and that'll set it up for its eventual robotic relocation. That'll happen on Sunday, where teams here in Mission Control and in Canada will control the Canadarm2, the robotic arm, to unhook that thing from the Tranquility module and move it over to the Harmony module. And that'll set it up for the second spacewalk that we have coming up, where they'll go outside and reconnect PMA3 and get it ready for that future installation. But right now, we just passed the 2-hour mark. We're actually 2 hours, 1 minute, and 23 seconds into today's spacewalk. Planned time is about 6.5 hours, so still plenty of time to tackle a number of tasks for these crew members. Thomas Pesquet still working on that inspection. He only has one other primary task, and that's going to end up taking up a lot of his time. And it's I think it's over on the robotic arm, isn't it?
That's right, and right now he's at the end of the foot restraint for this inspection of the radiator beam valve module. He'll he'll relocate that foot restraint to apply grease to the robotic arm. Just part of some regular maintenance. This one's for the Dexter. The special manipulator has a lot of, think of it like an extension of attachments. And so he'll be applying some grease to several parts of that robotic arm. Right now, Shane Kimbrough continuing with the disconnect of the pressurized mating adapter as Dan just described. And afterwards, he has some tasks to replace some cameras over on the Japanese exposed facility.
And Shane, we are talking down here to see what other advice we have for you, but thanks for continuing to work at that.
The J4, you know, obviously the bell's back. It just has to come out. It's just starts trying to go side to side and some kind of motion in it.
Ephraim, that's a good maneuver to look for any alignment and side loading issues.
Yep. Jessica, on the upper system line, I opened the silver NOI. There's no leak, no flakes whatsoever. It's all in a very nice state. Leased all the way up. So starboard from M3 and until M3, all good. And I went ahead and closed back the NLI, pulled the inner lip, and I pressed on both sides with both hands. It looks nice and closed.
Copy, Tama. That's a good report. Could you please give me a glove and hap check?
Sure. Gloves are good. Both left and right. Hap is dry.
Copy, Tama. Stand by while we assess and see if we want to get anything else here.
Hey, Jessica, I didn't open the lower MLI right now that I can.
And Tama, sorry that transmission was cut off.
Actually, that one might be a little bit harder to close, so I don't think I want to open it. That's fine.
Okay, copy. You don't want to open the lower. We concur with that. Stand by. Okay, Tama, we think we have everything that we can get from this whiff position, so we will try the other one. You have a go to now retrieve your waist tether and egress the APFR.
Copy. I'll relocate the GoPro and do that. It's going to take me a few minutes.
No problem. Take your time. And here comes the sun. And Shane, did you try using the adjustable as a loop on those connectors, on the lever?
Yeah, but it's just me pulling on it because there's no handrail to use for leverage. So
Right, we copy and understand.
Use my hand.
Understand.
So right now we're getting a view through Shane Kimbrough's helmet cam.
On Juliet 3, so did you have some difficulty getting the outboard side off? Did you try demating the inboard side anyway?
Yeah, I did. It was kind of stuck there too, but I can just keep working on that.
Copy. One suggestion, Shane, you should see that TA clamp just off to your left. You could hook an adjustable to that and try to use that for leverage.
It's a pretty good angle there for side load, but I'd give it a shot. It'd be better to go to 1603, so let me try that.
Okay, copy that. Pending your success there, another suggestion would be to wrap the adjustable around the connector itself, to use it sort of like a strap wrench. And Thomas, as you're cleaning up that APFR, a reminder that the next whiff that we will target is whiff 10. So that's just going to be to the port of where you are now.
Whiff 10. All right, I got 3.
Great work. We see that. Way to be persistent with those.
The other side is remated.
Copy, other side remated.
And some success there for Shane Kimbrough. Again, he's working to unhook these various connectors from pressurized mating adapter number 3, and they're just going to get stowed away. And then all of this being done to unhook PMA3 for its upcoming relocation. It's going to be moved robotically using the Canadarm2 on Sunday, March 26th, from its current location on the Tranquility module over to the Harmony module on the space-facing side. And once there, it'll be the future home of an international docking adapter, setting it up as a docking port for U.S. commercial crew vehicles.
How you doing, Tomas? I'm doing good, Shane. Doing good. How about you? Having a little issues here with these connectors, but hopefully we'll get this last one here soon. Okay.
a little bright from the helmet camera of Thomas Pesquet, again identified by the number 20 at the bottom right corner of the screen. Right now, the International Space Station is 253 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, just west of Nicaragua. Thomas Pesquet now working to remove the foot restraint from its old location and now moving to a different work interface site. You'll hear whiff a couple times on the loops here, and he'll get into a new angle to continue to inspect the radiator beam valve module where a small leak has been detected, and he'll just pull on several of the components and test to see if he can find the source of the leak.
That's right. And again, this is the first task, the first primary task for Pesquet today. His second and only other primary task, as he has two very involved, very long lead items, will be to head over to the robotic arm and specifically working on the Dexter robot, the special purpose dexterous manipulator, to apply some grease to what's known as a latching end effector. So what is used to grapple onto various pieces of hardware. This task had been done previously on the Canadarm2 robotic arm itself, and then Dexter getting much of the same treatment.
I'll give it a shot. Just been changing body positions and trying different angles.
Copy, we're following. We could wish you could give you an extra tug.
And Shane Kimbrough now getting a little creative, trying to get this last connector off of the pressurized mating adapter number 3.
All right, success, Jessica. Woohoo!
Nicely done, Shane. We're going to call that one the Bowen technique. That was his idea. Good job.
He's the man. Okay, Jessica, I'm at reef 10. What settings do you want on the reef extender?
Clocking of 5.
Copy, clocking of 5.
So Shane, with that, we will get ready to route the harness on the Node 3 end cone. The first thing you'll be doing is securing it in the long wire tie that you placed in the T8 clamp.
Okay, copy that.
So with that, Shane Kimbrough, again, getting a little creative, getting some help from the Capcom here in Houston NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. The team's regularly working through any problems that astronauts run into, giving them some advice and some creative methods whenever they hit things like a stuck cable or any other uncooperative hardware on board the station. But getting that done successfully now, all those cables will be temporarily stored and secured on Node 3, the Tranquility module. And that is pretty much the last major part of this task for Shane Kimbrough. He'll then go back to the airlock to retrieve some items for his next 2 tasks, which is the replacement of 2 cameras over on the Japanese experiment module's exposed facility, but just about done with this PMA3 disconnect task.
A good view of Thomas Pesquet now on the truss. In his hand is what's called a foot restraint. He's trying to get into a good position to mount that. once that is properly mounted, he will put his feet on the end of it and get a nice good view of what's called the radiator beam valve module used for inspections, and he'll tug on several of the components and see if he can find the source of a small ammonia leak that was detected, so that this can be processed later.
Okay, Jessica, the clocking of 5 is a good tool in the third test.
Copy, Thomas. The other settings will be Charlie 7.
Charlie 7, copy.
And looks like you're right there at that next step, Shane. You're looking to route the harness connector ends on handrail 0651.
Copy that. You want a long wire tie, right?
Yeah, either will work probably, but a long wire tie will be easier on that one. And we're about a minute and a half away from a quick handover.
Copy. All right, Charlie 7, Jessica on the roof extender.
Copy. Your APFR will be a clocking of 11.
11 on the FK5.
So a real quick handover again. Should get that video communication back momentarily. And we do have a slightly larger gap coming up, not too far away from now, but the crew members continuing to work through these tasks. Thomas Pesquet setting up that foot restraint to do a few final inspection tasks over on that radiator bar or that radiator valve set, and then Shane Kimbrough himself almost done with his second task and getting ready to move on to those third and fourth ones.
That's right. So after right now, he is just routing those cables, getting them out of the way. This way, the robotic arm can relocate the pressurized mating adapter to its new location. This will take place on Sunday. It's going to be relocated to the space-facing port of Node 2 Harmony. After that, after this task of rerouting those cables, Shane Kimbrough will head over to the Japanese module, the exposed facility out there. There are 2 cameras that just need to be replaced. So he'll work through those procedures. One's on the end of the Japanese robotic arm, and the other one's on the forward end of the exposed facility, on the base of the Japanese robotic arm.
Stand by, Thomas. Copy. We're checking.
A pretty good view when it locks up from Thomas Pesquet's camera. He was looking at the business end of that radiator beam valve module, working again on setting up that foot restraint one more time to do some final inspection work. And then once he finishes that, he'll be done and ready to move on to his second task for the day.
Can you look a bit to your left as well? Pan left with your WVS, Shane. And Shane, that cable routing looks great. Nice work. Please slide the booties over the connectors on the cable end, but also back on the panel end if you didn't already do so.
Okay, I already did that.
Okay, we copy. That was a good copy. So, go ahead, Thomas.
I was just saying I have a clocking of 3 and I'm ready for the next setting.
I think you said a clocking of 3, Thomas. The clocking for the APFR should be 11.
Sorry, my bad. It's clocking of 11.
Okay, 11. The remaining settings are uniform, Lima, 12.
Uniform. Copy. I have a quick full test, by the way.
Copy. So Shane, we have a good view that you're clear of PMA 3, and if you concur, then you can give me a glove and hap check to be finished up at that work site.
Okay, gloves, let's see, left glove's got a little black smudge on the thumb and index finger. That's probably from working with those connectors. Right glove has a little bit on the index finger base as well. Other than that, they're all intact, they look good. Hap is dry.
Okay, copy, Shane. You have a go to translate to the airlock and pick up your green hook along the way.
Okay, work.
And with that, Shane Kimbrough's now done with that second task. PMA 3 cables disconnected and the pressurized mating adapter now configured for that upcoming relocation this weekend on Sunday. And with that, Kimbrough is going to make his way back to the airlock, get the spare cameras that he's going to be installing out on the Japanese experiment module's exposed facility, and continue chugging through his timeline.
I have my green hook, Jessica.
Copy, Shane. And a reminder, as you pass by those gap spanners on node 3, you can go ahead and tighten any of those as required.
Okay, I'm going to take a few minutes and take a few pictures here if you don't mind.
Sounds good to us. Take all the time you want.
Just have uniform, Lima 12, clocking of 11. A good full test on the APFR, like I said before.
Okay, copy all, Tama, and do you verify that looks like a good position for you for the inspection?
Oh. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that'll be good.
Copy, Tama. You can go ahead and ingress the APFR. A reminder to not grasp the port radiator beam while ingressing.
Again, right now, Thomas Pesquet working to get back inside of that foot restraint to complete his inspection of the radiator beam valve module. And meanwhile, back over by the airlock is where, well, that's where Shane Kimbrough is headed. He's heading back to the airlock shortly to retrieve two cameras that are going to be installed over on the Japanese experiment module's exposed facility. Just as he finished up his task over at the pressurized mating adapter number 3, we heard him do another glove and a HAP check. HAP standing for the helmet absorbency pad. And again, these are periodic checks that you'll hear the crew members do throughout their spacewalk, checking their gloves for any nicks, cuts, smudges. I think Kimbrough reported a small scuff on his glove, likely from being a little forceful with those cables, but the team's down here on the ground reporting he had a good check and no concerns from them. And then for his HAP, again, the helmet absorbency pad, that is exactly what it sounds like. It's a pad inside of the helmet that the crew members will check, just trying to always make sure that it's dry. And that was added following the spacewalk with ESA astronaut Luca Parmitano several years ago when water was introduced into the helmet. So just a further countermeasure to combat if that situation were to arise again.
Our timing. We're hoping that you won't mind retrieving the crew lock bag with a BLT from the toolbox and bringing that over to Tama's work site. You would be looking for handrail 3487, which is basically the one right at that WIF 22, where he will be working for the lubing procedures.
All right, say that again. I'm going to the airlock to get a lock bag for Tama.
Yeah, we're hoping, if you don't mind, that you will pre-position that crew lock bag for him. Basically, you'd be bringing it to S0 Zenith up to the handrail where he'll be working, and I can give you that handrail when you're a little bit further along if you like.
That sounds good. We'll tag up when I get back to the airlock. Thanks. Just coming APFR, looking at the work site.
Okay, Tama. The first thing that we're going to do is work on mic 4. So let us know what your reach looks like. We should be getting your helmet camera views back here in a minute.
A view from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. That was Jessica Meir, the ground IV here in the NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, communicating with the 2 crew members aboard the International Space Station. Relaying some updated procedures now. Shane Kimbrough, a little bit ahead of his timeline. He did a great job with disconnecting the cables for the pressurized mating adapter and is on his way to the airlock to pick up some spare cameras to install onto the outside of the Japanese module. In the meantime, Thomas Pesquet is continuing to inspect the radiator beam valve module and has not yet moved on to his lubrication tasks to apply grease to the one of the latching end effectors of the dexterous manipulator at the end of the robotic arm right now. Looks like Shane Kimbrough is going to stop by the airlock and help out Thomas a little bit by picking up a bag that he needs for those lubrication activities. It's something called a BLT, which is actually the lubrication tool that will be used to put into the latching end effector and apply the grease.
Booty is removed.
Copy, Thomas.
You see a nice aft white bend.
Copy, nice aft white band, and you can pat and rub the radiator flex line near the QD.
Cassie, no flakes.
Copy, Thomas. You can retrieve the GoPro and record the QD at close range about 6 inches and verify the light's still blinking.
The International Space Station now flying 260 statute miles just east off the coast of Argentina in the South Atlantic Ocean. We're here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the NASA Johnson Space Center. Jessica Meir at the helm right now, being the voice between the teams here in Mission Control and the crew members aboard.
You can leave it tethered external, but you can tuck it inside there. And of course, you'll be retrieving the GEM ORU bag.
And those crew members.
Observation here, the bail looks pretty loose. It's forward, but it's wobbly a little bit on that QD.
Copy, Thomas. And Shane, big picture here, up to you how you want to refine this, but we would suggest that you temp stow the GEM camera bag outside, and then you can deliver the crew lock bag to Thomas.
Okay.
And this is a view from Shane Kimbrough's helmet cam, EV1, the lead spacewalker for today. He's actually back inside of the Quest airlock right now. He's going to be gathering up a couple of bags for his next task.
Can you verify that the scoop is tethered to an actual tether point and not just to a strap?
It's not now, but I'll make it that way.
Copy.
Jessica, footage for you.
Okay, copy, Thomas. You can rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position. And Shane, a reminder, there is a microconical on the outside of that bag if you want to stow the scoop there or tuck it inside or put it on your workstation, whatever works for you.
Thank you. And Jessica, Locking colors in the unlock position.
Copy, Thomas. Check the detent button is fully installed.
The button is fully installed.
Check the detent button is up.
It is up.
Check the detent button can be depressed, again with light pressure.
Negative.
Copy, negative on the detent button. Stand by. Okay, Thomas, give us any observations you have there, any flakes, any damage.
No flakes, no damage, but the bail is very loose, it's very wobbly. I don't see a gap. I don't have really good view. I'm too high in the work site, but I don't think there's a gap at the release ring. The white band is fully visible. Off white band, I mean. But the button cannot be pressed.
Okay, Thomas, copy all. So we will repeat the steps that we did on the previous one then. You can, first of all, make sure you have two-handed access, so both the detent button and the bail.
Yeah.
You can move the bail forward to the full open position, and while maintaining the forward force on the bail, try to repress that detent button once again.
I don't really have two-hand access, Jessica, unfortunately. Let me try to, I feel like this is going to work. So full forward.
And so the key there is while you're putting some force on the bail, that's when you should be able to get the detent button to depress, just by like that offloading on the bail.
Yeah, that'd be nice, but doesn't work.
Okay, we copy, still no-go on the detent button. Stand by.
Hey, Jessica, what crew lock bag am I getting for Thomas? The only one, the get-ahead one?
Negative. It's the crew lock bag with the BLT, the one that he temp stowed outside the airlock. So you can finish up what you need in the airlock, stow that cap keeper, which I think you've done, and get the GEM ORU bag, egress from the airlock, and then we'll temp stow that one before retrieving the bag for Thomas.
I got you. I didn't realize it was outside. Thank you. I have the scoop on my mini workstation, Jessica.
Copy, Shane. Okay, Thomas, you can take the locking color back to the locked position and then close the booty.
Copy, your locking color is back in the locked position. Working on the booty. Please close at M4, Jessica.
Okay, copy that. And stand by. We are reassessing here whether or not we want you to do anything else on mic 2. While we're waiting for those words, you can try to assess your reach to the MLI, see if you have better reach there or if you can reach the portion that you could not on the other side.
Yeah, that's good. On both lines, I have reach from, let's say, RBBM, from the junction box until the next junction box that's a little bit more forward. So this whole section, system lines, is reachable. It's right in my work area.
Copy, Thomas. We have a good view of that. Okay, Thomas, we will press with that MLI then. So first of all, gently rub and tap the MLI as far as you can reach, again looking for flakes.
Just no flakes whatsoever on both the upper and the lower line.
Copy, Thomas. You can open the silver MLI to check for any leaks, and we'll do that on both of those. And reporting at origin if you see any flakes.
Copy.
And Shane, we'll have you bring that crew lock bag up to Thomas' next work site. So that's the lube work site, which is on S0 Zenith.
I'll ask again, I'm sure, when I get up there.
Copy.
If you're just now joining, we are 2 hours, 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. Shane Kimbrough, a NASA astronaut, Thomas Pesquet, the ESA astronaut, continuing to work through their primary tasks for the day. Shane Kimbrough already completed his first two, installing a new multiplexer, demultiplexer, with some upgraded computer cards inside, giving some additional functionality to the teams that use those MDMs, as they're known, to get health status and data back from a number of external systems on the station and send commands. Also successfully disconnecting a number of cables from the pressurized mating adapter number 3 in order to prepare for its upcoming robotic relocation on Sunday. And for Thomas Pesquet, he's in the final stages of inspecting the radiator beam valve module. Again, there's been a very, very slow leak in one of the coolant loops circulating ammonia on the external part of the station for quite some time. And engineers have actually seen it start to increase a very slight amount over the last few months. And after the use of a robotic external leak locator, they believe the culprit might be this radiator beam valve module. So Pesquet photographing and taking video of a number of the different parts of this module, manipulating the various hoses and the insulation around it to see if he's able to free any frozen ammonia flakes, which could potentially point towards the source of the leak, as they are still not exactly sure where it is. So all this work being done right now to hopefully see something in real time.
Copy.
Or get plenty of imagery for further analysis by teams back down here on the ground.
Copy, Shane. Thanks.
Just got the upper and the lower system lines, MLI, close, back in position.
We copy that, Thomas. We have a good view of that. Thank you. Looks good. Stand by.
Okay. How you doing, Shane? Doing well. I'm at the toolboxes. I'm getting the crew lock bag for you. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to carry my stuff. Glad to do it.
And so this is a really great view of the crew lock bag. So basically a tool bag that Shane Kimbrough is going to pre-position for Thomas Pesquet's next task. On the very outside with that reddish looking tip, that's what's known as the BLT. That stands for the ball screw lubrication tool. And the ball screws are several screws. There's a central one and 4 latching ones inside the latching end effector of the Dexter robot that Thomas Pesquet is going to be working on.
To your last activity at this work site, we would like you to recheck the MLI on mic 3. That was the one that looked a little bit loose. Compare it to how it looks on mic 4.
Yeah, that's what I had done before, but it's looks like the flap is bigger compared to mic 4. There's like an additional flap on mic 3, and that's why it looks loose. But that flaps on the side, like I have on mic 4, there's just this issue on the Y.
Copy, Thomas. We can see that extra flap as well. Stand by.
And I'm heading out to Cedar Spur tomorrow. Wide chain. And the work zone will be in between the two NBSUs. Okay? Right in the middle. Okay? Above the lab.
Yeah, that's right. Thomas is right, Shane. You're going to be pretty much right above zenith of the lab, in between those two MBSUs. You'll see WIF 22, and then you'll see handrail 3487.
3487.
So, Thomas, what we're trying to assess with that MLI is that if the bale happened to move back a little bit, like the way you found it before you moved it forward, is it loose enough that it would allow for that motion?
No. Well, because it has nothing to do with that extra flap. It's just as tight as M4. It has the same number of flaps, same number of Velcros. It's just that extra one. You try to make it even tighter if you want.
Negative. We don't want it tighter. You can leave it like that.
Any recommendations on where to go, Zenith?
Shane, you can go zenith from where your previous work site was, so bay 0, or you can go zenith at the next bay just port of that, your choice.
Copy.
And Thomas, with that, we have completed the RBVM inspection. Great job on that. So Thomas, I will take a glove and a hap check from you.
Okay. Those are good. Damage. A little bit of a smear, but nothing bad. And happy is dry as.
Copy, Thomas. You can turn off the GoPro and stow it.
And Thomas Pesquet beginning the cleanup procedures as he wraps up his inspection of the radiator beam valve module. Successful inspection. None of the ground teams noticed any ammonia flakes, but Thomas Pesquet was recording during the entire inspection, and teams will go back and review those tapes and see if any ammonia leaks were detected. In the meantime, Shane Kimbrough has dropped off Thomas Pesquet's toolbox at his next work location. Shane Kimbrough now on his way over to the Japanese exposed facility, and the toolbox is waiting for Thomas Pesquet at his next work site at the center of the truss. There, Thomas will begin the lubrication activities of the special dexterous manipulator unit that's at the end of the robotic arm. There's some latching end effectors there that need to be greased up, and he'll do that for the remainder of his EVA.
Tomorrow, it's just on that one large, small adjustable, but I can do more if you want. Well, that's fine. I'll grab it. We don't like DRT anyway, so. Thanks, Shane. My pleasure.
Great job, Shane. Thanks for that. You can go back to the airlock then and retrieve the GEMO or U-bag.
So this is actually a pretty great view from one of the external cameras. That's Shane Kimbrough. Again, you can differentiate between the two spacewalkers based off of their suits. You can see the red stripes around the thigh portion of Shane Kimbrough's suit. That's how you know that's him. To the right of the screen, though, is Dexter, the special purpose dexterous manipulator. And at the very left part of it is that latching end effector, and that's going to be the area of focus for Thomas Pesquet once he arrives. And Peggy Whitson is going to be standing by inside the International Space Station. She's actually going to be controlling that robotic arm, driving it in a little bit closer into range for Thomas Pesquet to work on it.
That's right, Dan. And Thomas Pesquet is now working with the portable foot restraint. He'll take that over to that new work site and put that into position. And then once he's all set, Peggy will send the command to get the Dexter into position, and he can start with the lubrication activities at the latching end effector.
I'm at the airlock. Toolbox is getting me. Sam, how are you back?
Copy, Shane, and here comes the handover.
So a quick handover, so we'll get that video communication back real shortly. Again, if you're just now joining us, two of the primary tasks on Shane Kimbrough's timeline completed. The installation of that new multiplexer, demultiplexer, basically a fancy word for a computer relay box in the outside of the International Space Station that ground controllers in this room right here use to control a number of systems on the outside and also get data and telemetry back. He also completed the successful disconnect of a number of cables on the pressurized mating adapter number 3, and that it now sets it up for its relocation coming up on Sunday. And Thomas Pesquet, he just knocked out his first task too, didn't he?
That's true. Yeah, he was inspecting the radiator beam valve module. They had a leak locator inspect the area, and they narrowed it down to this one spot. Thomas inspected all the various parts of it and didn't find any ammonia leaks or ammonia flakes, but he did record the entire inspection. And so ground teams here will go through that and make sure that they didn't miss anything while we had the live views here. He's moving on to his next task, which is to get set up to start lubricating the inside of what's called the special purpose dexterous manipulator. Almost got that down. It's at the end of the station's robotic arm. There's a latching end effector there and some ball screws inside. He's going to apply what's called a BLT, a ball screw lubrication tool, and apply some of the lubrication inside. This is normal maintenance. They had to do it previously to the end of the station's robotic arm, and now Shane Kimbrough is on his way over to the Japanese module to replace some cameras after making a pit stop at the airlock to pick up the spare parts bag.
That's right. And those two cameras, one will be located at the base of what's going to be called the RMS, the remote manipulator system. It's basically a small robotic arm over on that external facility. And just to give you a little background on what the external facility is, it's often been called the front porch of the International Space Station, and it's an area outside of the Japanese experiment module, also known as Kimbrough, where a number of external payloads, so payloads exposed directly to the vacuum of space, can be housed. It has a robotic arm, which is used to grapple onto the different payloads, also has a number of cameras, so they can obviously control the robotic arm and see where everything is going, and also keep an eye on the research projects as they're out there. Two of those cameras actually had failed lights. The cameras themselves still work, but the lights do not. And since the lights have to be can't be replaced independently. They're replacing the entire camera modules. So Shane Kimbrough bringing 2 replacement cameras out there with working lights. One will go to the base of the robotic arm out on the Japanese exposed facility, and the other one will go to the very forward portion of that facility.
That's right. We're getting a great view from Shane Kimbrough's helmet camera. Again, his helmet camera designation is 18. You can see a little bit of the Earth at the bottom of the screen. Right now, the International Space Station, 249 statute miles just north of the coast of Madagascar, about to enter an orbital nighttime. And we'll start seeing the International Space Station just get a little bit darker, and we'll have to rely on the crew members' helmet lights for view.
Copy.
It's a little over 3 hours and 1 minute into today's spacewalk. And it was scheduled to last about 6.5 hours with all of the primary tasks. And just in case they get all of those done ahead of time, there are 7 get-ahead tasks for the crew members. 2 of the primaries on Shane Kimbrough's timeline completed, and then the first of 2 primary tasks for Thomas Pesquet completed. Here we can see Pesquet actually arriving at the work site for his second task, where he's going to be taking that portable foot restraint that he has attached to his suit. It's that large metallic object just beneath him. He'll be setting that up and then putting his feet in, and then Dexter, the special purpose dexterous manipulator, is just to the right there. It'll get moved a little bit closer by NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson, who will be standing by at a robotic workstation inside the station for him to begin and complete this lubrication task. Now Shane Kimbrough just making his way into view.
Get ready to set up the APXR.
Copy, Thomas. You're looking for a clocking of 2 on the WIFX.
Clocking of 2.
And Shane, as you work your way down the port lab strut, you can fair lead on handrail 251. That's the one that's right at the base of that lab strut.
51, all right.
251, affirm. And just a poor man fair lead there, Shane, and you can use the gap spanner that's on that same handrail to translate over the fluid tray down to handrail 286.
For that. Let's have a clocking of 2. With extender.
Copy, Thomas. The rest of the settings are alpha 6.
Alpha 6, copy.
Shane Kimbrough continuing to make his way along the outside of the International Space Station. Again, his destination, the exposed facility on the Japanese experiment module, where he's going to be replacing two cameras that had the lights fail in them. And since the lights can't be replaced independently, he's got two entirely new cameras and lights that are going to be attached, one at the base of the robotic arm on the Japanese experiment module's exposed facility itself, and that's used to take experiments out from the airlock of the GEM, also known as Kimbrough, and install them onto the exposed facility. And then there's another one at the very forward part of that exposed facility that he'll be replacing as well.
Alrighty, I'm just watching the views now, listening to Shane as he goes by.
Sorry for now, because I think the English aid was interfering with the MDSU, so I couldn't really get the clocking of 2. I'm going to work on that.
Copy, Thomas. And Shane, once you get to the other side of that fluid tray, we're looking for your next fair lead on 286, and then you'll be heading forward.
I got 286. I'll work on the fair lead.
Copy, Shane. So, Thomas, the desired APFR setting will be a clocking of 6.
Oh, by Jessica, I'm still working on the lift extender. Like I said, some interference with the NDSU and the English aid.
Copy, Thomas. Stand by. And did you have a good pull twist test on the WIFX as well?
So that's what, okay, so didn't have a good pull twist test the first 2 times, so I ended up clocking it at 3. It was a good pull test. The reason why I did that is because the English aid. And so now I've good pull test in 3. I'm going to solve my English aid and come back to the clocking.
Copy, Thomas.
And Station Houston on 2. We're going to do a EXT transition. Should take about 5 minutes. You should see some suppressed
The clocking will be 6 and the pitch will be kilo,
That's
kilo.
it. No action for you.
And Shane, there should be a gap spanner. If you look a little bit neater there, looks like you're getting across anyway.
So the APFR kilo, copy.
And so in that exchange, real quickly, the Capcom Steve Bowen radioed up to the crew, the team here in Mission Control getting ready to do their first switch over to that newly installed MDM, the multiplexer demultiplexer. Flight Director Emily Nelson leading the teams here in Mission Control Houston will work with the various control positions, make sure everything is go, and then they will give this newly installed device its first test run. And then meanwhile, the crew members continuing to move and get ready for their next task. Here you can see Thomas Pesquet again working with that foot restraint, setting it up for his task to apply some grease to the latching end effector on the special purpose dexterous manipulator. You'll also hear it called Dexter or the SPDM. And it's a robotic attachment that goes onto the end of the station's main robotic arm, the Canada Arm 2, and is used for very dexterous or finely tuned maneuvers and replacement works It was used very heavily at the beginning of this year when ground controllers used it to swap out a series of batteries that were supported by a number of spacewalks, ultimately swapping out 12 nickel hydrogen batteries for 6 new lithium ion batteries. The latching end effector shown some degraded performance, so a little bit more friction than they would like to see being recorded. So they'll just be applying some grease to what's known as a set of ball screws. So one in the center and then 4 on the latches. And then there are 8 latch rails that will also get grease applied to it by Thomas Pesquet.
Okay, Jessica, I have a good clocking of 12 tests, good full test on the wick extender. The pitch of
Copy.
alpha for now, the wick extender.
Copy 2 alpha and then 6 as well.
6. Okay, Mark on 1131, Jessica, native.
Copy your green hook. Thanks, Shane. You can continue along that aft handrail path, and of course you're looking for the RMS camera on the port aft side of Jeff near that grapple fixture number 1.
Copy.
Handover coming up, 30 seconds.
And another short handover, so again, getting that video signal back momentarily. Shane Kimbrough is just at the work site for his next task. Here you can see some of the core team members here in Mission Control Houston. At the bottom of your screen is Emily Nelson, the flight director, who's leading the team here in Mission Control Houston today. Just above her is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, serving as the Capcom, so talking to the crew members on board the station on behalf of the team. And then standing there is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. It's her voice that you're hearing, talking directly to our spacewalking astronauts, walking them through the various procedures throughout this entire process today. And help offering advice anytime they run into a snag or a stuck cable. She works with the teams down here, the spacewalking teams, to offer any advice, but again, just to keep them on their timeline and help constantly feed back information to them on what their next task is ahead, to make it as easy on these spacewalkers as possible. We are 3 hours and just about 14 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, copy, Jessica, thank you. Jessica, I have a clocking of 6 for the APFR in the wick extender, correct?
Affirm, clocking of 6 on the APFR. Kilo, Kilo, Foxtrot 6.
Wait, stand by. I have a clocking of not 6. Confirm it's 6 on the APFR.
Affirm, clocking of 6.
All right.
So Shane, you're looking for handrail 7036. Looks like you're there, where you'll be stowing the ORU bag.
And Jessica, just let you know, I got some yellow ink on my glove, probably from the trunnion pen thing on the end out there I translated by.
Copy, Shane.
Jessica, scoop Zenith, is that right?
Actually, the handle should be pointing port on this one, and a reminder that we'll want to stow the ret anchor onto the GEM ORU bag.
Okay, gotcha.
And so this view right here is actually looking out at the Japanese exposed facility. I know it's dark right now, but that is Shane Kimbrough. You can see a couple of components illuminated by his helmet cam. That's actually the base of the robotic arm where he's going to be replacing the first of the cameras out here on this exposed facility. We should be getting a sunrise in just about 20 minutes from now. And once that comes up, we'll have a pretty great view, as the exposed facility again has been commonly referred to as the front porch for the station, and hangs just away from the Japanese experiment module, so she'll get some pretty great views of planet Earth below.
Okay, clocking at 6 kilo, Foxtrot 6.
Copy, Tama, and assume you had a good pull test on that APFR as well.
That's correct.
Okay, well done. So, Tama, you can configure it.
Installed.
Copy, Shane. Scoop installed. We recommend that handle pointing port as it is, and you have a go to demate the WVE connector. And Tama, you can put the crew lock bag on your BRT and configure the ingress aid for ingress.
Copy. The connector is demated, Jessica.
Copy, Shane.
No solid on either side.
Okay, copy the good inspection. You can BRT to handrail 7028 if you haven't done so already, and let me know when you're ready for PGT settings.
Go. Just get ready for settings.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set.
You can release both bolts. You're expecting 15 turns.
And this is a view from Shane Kimbrough's helmet cam. He's once again got that pistol grip tool out, the motorized drill that they're able to use to unbolt and rebolt a number of replacement pieces of hardware on the station. He has 2 bolts to remove from this camera assembly. He's already disconnected it. And then once its bolts are released, he'll be able to take it out, put it into his spare bag, and then get the new one installed. Again, he's replacing 2 cameras out on the exposed facility. Both cameras experienced failed lights. The cameras themselves still work, but the lights did not. And they can't fix the lights independently, so both camera assemblies being replaced.
Copy.
A good view of Thomas Pesquet as he makes his way up the portable foot restraint. And this is the camera view from the special purpose dexterous manipulator unit. Once he gets into position, he has a bag that you see to his left at the top of your screen. Once he gets into position, Peggy Whitson is inside the International Space Station at the controls for the robotic arm. She'll send the command to get the Dexter a little bit closer to Thomas so he can begin with the procedures of applying a lubricant to the inside of the Dexter, is what we call it.
Okay, Shane, you can guide the failed camera to the ORU bag and release your BRT as you desire. Shane, the camera that you'll be retrieving is the one that is not in the GTEC.
Thank you. Cabin, the ATFR. Good job, Thomas.
Great work, Thomas. We see you there. We've got a great view. Everything's looking very good. You can attach a waist tether to the ingress aid tether point if you haven't already done so somewhere on the ingress aid, and give us a glove and hap check.
Left waist tethers on the ingress aid. That's good, good. Nothing special. Hap is dry.
Okay, copy all, Thomas. You can retrieve the ball screw lubrication tool, our good old BLT, from the crew lock bag.
And again, getting a spectacular view of Thomas Pesquet. This is from that latching end effector on Dexter that he's about to start working with. Pesquet just did what's known as a glove and a hap check. You'll hear this repeatedly throughout the spacewalk, where the astronauts inspect their gloves looking for any nicks, cuts, or other smudges. Pesquet reporting nothing out of the ordinary on his. Again, just very important, as their hands are their primary tools for this spacewalk, not actually using your legs at all for a spacewalk, interacting with everything with your hands. So they're the most likely to suffer any damage. So those occasional checkouts built in throughout their timeline. Also doing a quick checkout of his HAP, his helmet absorbency pad. Again, that in place in the event that water were to be introduced into the helmet to help absorb that. He reported it dry, so no water in the helmet. Right now has that BLT, the ball screw lubrication tool, in his hand. And pretty soon he'll be getting out the grease gun to put some grease on it and begin his task. And there's a number of key points inside this latching end effector that he's going to be focusing on.
Copy, Thomas.
Probably saw that in the lead camera. That's good view.
So, Thomas, there should be only one depth gauge. Are you saying you don't see the depth gauge there? You should see the zip tie and the depth gauge?
No, I'm saying the depth gauge, only one, yes, but there was, I think, 2 Velcros. I think it's like 1, 2 layers, if you prefer. On the tape, 2 layers of tape. I'm not sure. It was in the corner of my eyes, so I might be wrong.
Okay, Thomas, yeah.
The depth gauge, it's fully functional.
Okay, that's all that we expect. We just expect 1 zip tie and 1 depth gauge.
Okay, so that's good.
Okay, sounds good, Thomas. So you can prep the BLT for grease application. Once again, we recommend you place the stem of the BLT between the crew lock bag lid and the bag on the empty side so that it's centered in the door, and then close the quarter turn fasteners to trap the BLT in the bag. And Shane, looks like you're working on a soft dock position there with the camera.
Yeah, having a tough time getting the right angle, but yeah.
All right, Shane, so as you're doing, you'll continue with soft docking that camera, and then let me know when you're ready for PGT settings to drive the bolts.
Okay.
And Thomas, when you're looking at the bag there, just so you're thinking a step ahead, you'll be retrieving those 2 wipes from the crew lock bag and temp stowing them either on your mini workstation or just external on the bag there.
For those just tuning in, we are now just over 3.5 hours into our EVA today. We're getting a good view of Thomas Pesquet at the end of a portable foot restraint. The view itself is from a camera on the Dexter. It's a special purpose. A dexterous manipulator has the ability to move several parts on the outside of the International Space Station. That Dexter is at the end of the station's robotic arm. Peggy Whitson is inside the International Space Station right now, ready to give the command whenever ready, whenever Thomas is all set up, to get a little bit closer to Thomas, and so he can begin applying grease to some of the what's called the latching end effector. There are something called ball screws inside, and he'll be applying grease to those different sections. Meanwhile, Shane Kimbrough is over on the exposed facility, over on the Japanese experiment module, swapping out some cameras. Right now, he's working on the base camera at the base of the robotic arm that's over on the Japanese module's side. The International Space Station now 256 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean. We're about to see a sunrise here in just a few minutes.
External latch shroud, and do not cross the lee opening plane with a gloved hand. You can retrieve the grease gun from the crew lock bag, release the wire ties that are holding it there. So Thomas, basically we'll have you retrieve the grease gun, and then we'll verify everything's clear, and then we'll let you do your GCA before we apply the grease.
Okay, Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Okay, firm, that's Bravo 2, clockwise 2. You'll install both bolts, expecting 12.5 to 15 turns, 2 torque.
Inward. Just got the grease gun retrieved, and I'm ready for GCA.
Okay, Thomas, and you can verify that your EMU, tethers, tools, and the ingress aid are clear of the SSRMS rotational envelope.
Always clear.
Okay, copy. Before we start that GCA then, Thomas, Shane, when you're completed with these bolts, after a good inspection, you will have a go to mate the connector.
Okay, thanks. First bolt was 12.77 turns. 16 on the torque, green light.
Copy all. So, Thomas, you have a go to begin your GCA into position for the central rigidizing ball screw.
Okay, Peggy, you with me?
With you, Thomas, and I'm ready to move into position. Just check your ingress aid, tethers, and tools.
Yeah, always thought you can move into position. It's going to be stationed aft for 2 meters, I guess.
Concur. Starting motion. Station aft.
Good motion, Peggy.
Copy. Continuing.
Continue motion.
Here to go. To publish.
Copy. Clearance with everything. Continue motion.
Continuing. $30 centimeters.
All right, stop motion, Peggy. I think we're close enough here. I guess 30 centimeters is a bit much.
Okay, it's 20 right now, so if you think that's close enough, that's fine.
I think you can do 10, but not more.
Okay, I'm coming 10 centimeters more aft.
Actually, no standby, Peggy. It's good like this.
Okay, standing by.
Yeah, and now I'll need you to go Venus because it's way too low in my work envelope, so you can go 50 centimeters Venus, please.
Okay, station Zenith, coming in now.
Right. Motion. Yeah. And stop motion.
Motion stopped.
All right, I think it's a good position for me, Peggy. I'll call GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on, Thomas.
Copy, brakes on.
Copy, brakes on. Great job, guys. Thomas, you can prep the grease gun per the cuff on the crew lock bag. I'll review those for you the first time. You'll remove the tip cover and push the plunger in.
One.
And how you doing, Shane?
12 turns, 15.8 green light.
Copy all.
Okay, so remove the tip cover.
Push the plunger in and rotate the black triangle up.
Plunger in. Triangle up.
Rotate the restraint ring to open, and open the shutoff knob labeled flow. And the sun's coming up.
Ring to open. Off is open.
Copy, Thomas. Please use care with the BLT once grease is applied to prevent grease from being liberated. With that, you can carefully apply grease to the cradle of the BLT. Fill in zigzag lines of grease across the cradle, recommending 2 layers. And Shane, we assume you had a good connection there with the connector as well on the camera?
Yep.
Copy, Shane.
And Jessica, the gear is fully depressed and no breeze coming out anymore.
Copy. And Tamar, are you saying you've already applied it and now you've safed the gun?
No, I'm saying as I was applying, the trigger went closed, went in fully depressed, and there was no breeze coming out anymore.
Okay, copy. Stand by. You might need to just depress the plunger further in to get more grease flow.
I'm working on that. It has a latency of sorts.
Copy. And Shane, can you verify that you also re-slid the booty back over the connector?
That's correct, and Velcroed it.
Okay, great job.
And, okay, Jessica, and I'm going to shut off the flow valve. The grease is still flowing, even though I'm not pressing on the trigger. I don't know if that's expected or not, but that's surprising to me.
Yeah, I think that's expected that it'll come out a little bit even after you stop.
It's more than a little bit, but okay.
We copy. And Shane, looks like you're buttoning up that bag quite nicely.
Jessica, stand by. stand by. It's still coming even though the shut-off valve is perpendicular.
That's expected as well. You can just try to control that, try to wipe off any excess. I think it's just a volume in between from where the shutoff valve is from where it comes out of the gun.
Okay, copy. Yeah, it's stopping now. Okay, I was surprised by that, but all right.
Yeah, and just use those wipes however you need to control any excess flow there, Thomas. Okay, Shane, on your go, we will activate the WVE heaters.
There we go.
And so just a quick update for you. This, again, a view on one of the cameras on the Japanese exposed facility just outside the Japanese experiment module. You can see NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough there continuing to work on the first camera replacement task. He's replacing one right at the base of the remote manipulator system, that small robotic arm on the exposed facility that's used to grapple with, install, and remove various payloads that are on the exposed facility. Its main purpose to expose those different experiments, technology demonstrations directly to the vacuum of space. And it functions alongside with the airlock inside the Japanese experiment module to pass those payloads back and forth. Also used to deploy a number of CubeSats, small satellites from the International Space Station. But again, two of these cameras, the one at the base of that robotic arm and one on the forward part of the exposed facility being replaced today. Kimbrough just about done with the first one being in place. And then with the previous one stored inside one of his equipment bags, he'll pretty soon do another one of those glove and hat checks before moving on to his final main task for the day, getting that second camera replaced.
And you can put the tip, you can also put the tip cover back on.
Well, still flowing, Jessica. Very slowly, but still flowing.
Copy. We're go to proceed, Thomas.
Tip cover back on.
Affirm.
A lot of breeze. Right.
And Shane, before you get too far there, could you please give us a glove and hat check?
And again, we always like to hear from the experts on these spacewalks, and I'm joined by one such expert right now, Bob Bankin, a NASA astronaut. Bob, first off, thanks so much for joining me here today. And so you've got some spacewalking experience, so we always like to ask you, what it's actually like for these crew members when they're out there. But you have some special history with some of these tasks today. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, thanks, Dan. I'm really happy to be here and excited to kind of see these guys go out and kind of execute the EVAs that we need kind of in preparation for some future hardware for the commercial crew program. I do have the luxury of having been a part of the construction of the SPDM when it originally went on orbit. So when Dexter was put together back in 2008, I was outside being a part of that, just like the folks are outside today. It is nice to see that piece of hardware continuing to perform great support to the International Space Station and get a little bit of needed maintenance as we kind of go forward and kind of use it to its full capabilities. I also was a part of PMA3 activities that originally. So I do have some experience with PMA3 as well. So PMA3 was relocated to this location as a part of STS-130. That specific module needed to be in that location in support of the cupola window location. And it's exciting to see it get prepped in preparation for the commercial crew program.
And so, I mean, just beyond that, you yourself, you have, I think, 6 spacewalks on your resume, quite a few hours spent. So right now, they're 3 hours, 44 minutes, almost 45 minutes into the spacewalk. What's generally your fatigue level? I know it varies from crew member to crew member, but I mean, these are really long days for these astronauts.
The EVA days are very long for the astronauts. They do start the suit up process very early in the morning, and then do get buttoned up and have to go through a process to get the nitrogen out of their bloodstream in preparation for that low pressure that they'll see inside of the suit. And so at this point, the crew's probably feeling pretty good. The 3 hour, 3.5 hour, 4 hour point, that's all well within their experience from doing NBL runs here at the Johnson Space Center. Those NBL runs are typically closer to 5.5 hours or so in length. And so it's usually closer to the 5.5 or 6 hour point for your kind of generic EVA, where the crew really starts to recognize fatigue. That's really where they start to be in a portion of that's outside of their experience, just based on the constraints of what we can do underwater here at JSC. We're just not able to run as long as you might be asked to when you go outside during an EVA on orbit.
And so this is a bit of a tangent, but we've seen a couple of the pieces of hardware not necessarily cooperate so nicely with the crew members today. Shane Kimbrough had some sticky connectors, and the foot restraint has been a bit unwieldy at times for Pesquet. Was there anything that kind of stood out that you remembered from your spacewalks that was just a real pain or didn't necessarily go according to plan?
You know, it is interesting. The SPDM itself, the assembly of that piece of hardware, it came up on board space station in a carrier that rode uphill in the space shuttle payload bay. And based on the thermal conditions that that piece of payload was seeing once it was pulled out of the payload bay, resulted in some interference when we actually tried to take the arms of the SPDM Dexter out and get them assembled. And so we did have to do quite a bit of a muscle power in order to try to make that piece of hardware come free and actually get it installed. And I think electrical connectors, typically on orbit, it's a pretty lucky EVA if you get through a spacewalk doing several electrical connectors and don't have a couple that have a little bit of friction or take a little bit more force than you expected. But it's great to see that the crew was able to work through that and kind of get forward and accomplish that task. You know, I did have a connector on one of my spacewalks that a partner had some difficulty with, and I came over to try it, and they sent a third EVA crew member on a future EVA out to that connector and still unable to do it. But in typical NASA fashion, when they came the fourth time, they came with a completely different plan, and we just patched around that connector and quit trying to just do it with brute force and try to kind of a finesse solution, which is what got us there in the end.
All right, a little bit of ingenuity, and I mean it's always fascinating too to see just the variety of tools that get used on this. I mean, the pistol grip tool seems to be the mainstay, but I mean, so what do we see Thomas here working with right now?
It looks like what we see in front of Thomas is actually the lubricating gun is kind of floating, just floated off to his left, and that's what he's using to apply the lubricant to the end effector on the SPDM. And so that tool is kind of unique. We've used it for a couple of lubrication tasks, but is one that wasn't necessarily in the repertoire when we initially constructed Space Station. It was one that was produced for the lubrication needs that have turned up. He's got a variety of other tools, but most of them are to facilitate wiping and applying that lubricant into position. And you know, in many cases it's trial and error. Here's a couple tools and you figure out which one works the best, and then you use that one to accomplish the task. And so I think that's where he's at right now, is with one of those trial and error tools that's been developed as this lubrication task has kind of come together over the last couple years.
And so I always love to ask this when we keep getting small glimpses from their helmet cams of the Earth below. Can you beat the view during a spacewalk?
You absolutely cannot beat the view during a spacewalk. During my second flight, I was able to be a part of the installation of the cupola on the underside of the International Space Station. And so after having done several spacewalks at that point, I think I had done maybe 5 spacewalks before I got a chance to actually look through the cupola windows. That's the place on board Space Station that gives you the best simulation of what it's like to actually look out through the spacewalking helmet. When you kind of pop into the cupola and look down at the Earth below you, you kind of get this similar sort of a sense to kind of opening the hatch and kind of popping out of the underside of the space station and seeing the Earth below you. Of course, it's not quite as clear of a view because you do have some extra scratch panes typically on the cupola to kind of prevent damage to those windows and make them last as long as possible. But that view is just awesome. I think one of the things that you see the folks are working hard here, and you see those camera views that are in front of them. Those camera views are their view, right? So that's what you see, and you can see that it's a very limited time that they actually get an unobstructed view of the Earth, because they're working, right? They're not just looking out and taking views of the Earth. And so lucky spacewalks are when you get a chance to take a few minutes and actually look down at the Earth. And I did get a chance to do that on one of my spacewalks, and I hope these two folks get a chance, both Shane and Thomas, when they come back to the airlock. That's usually a convenient time, particularly if it's a daylight or it's coming up on a sunrise or a sunset, to look down at the Earth and try to make a visual memory of that, because that'll stick with you for a lifetime. That it did for me, and I still remember the scene of thunderstorms and sunrise and sunset coming through the atmosphere, the cloud layers, the lightning storms, all just awesome. And I haven't been able to see them anyplace else other than kind of a 60% solution looking out of those cupola windows.
Yeah, that's fascinating stuff, and you got me jealous. You probably got all of our viewers jealous too. But so changing gears a little bit, you are training for an upcoming mission to the space station, but it's a little outside the norm of what all of our other crew members are training for, and that mission gives you some vested interest in some of the activities today.
It absolutely does. We at NASA have 4 astronauts that have been identified to fly on the first commercial crew flights to the International Space Station. Those flights will go to space station in an alternative way than what folks typically do. We won't be taking a Soyuz. We'll be taking either a SpaceX Dragon capsule or a Boeing CST-100 Starliner capsule to space station. And so pretty exciting stuff when you get a chance to return launching humans to the Florida coast. That's going to be an exciting times for those of us who've seen it before or seen it both ways, the Soyuz way and the shuttle way. It'll be exciting to see a new way bring crew members into orbit. You mentioned the vested interest that we have in the spacewalk today. Of course, all the work that goes on board the space station is really valuable and really important as we go forward. For us in particular, the preparations that are going to allow an additional docking adapter to go on board the space station will give us a second place to bring those new vehicles on board space station. They won't go to the same place that the Soyuz does when they come up and get close to space station. They have to go to the forward half of the stack and get docked there, and that takes some hardware that's a little bit different than we used back in shuttle days, and a little bit different than we use for our cargo vehicles that currently come up on the U.S. segment right now. And the work that they've done today and that they'll do robotically, and then the upcoming EVAs will really give us that second opportunity for a docking location for the commercial crew vehicles.
And so aside from the work they're doing on this spacewalk, so it all centers around PMA3, that pressurized mating adapter. So they disconnected some cables from it today. What else is on the horizon to get this thing ready for those commercial crew vehicles?
I think the biggest thing that's on the horizon is actually the relocation to a new position on board space station. It'll go up top to provide a docking location that is not in the on the forward part of the space station, but on the zenith or the top part of the space station. For those that don't use our boat terminology for how we talk about where things are on board the space station, but giving us a second location, kind of on a second axis of space station, is going to be the biggest portion of what can be done over the next couple of weeks. And then, of course, just like we disconnected some cables before we could relocate it, we'll have to go out and reinstall some of those connectors and actually add, I believe, some computer processing power to those locations so that we can really get what we need to make that docking adapter be controlled appropriately. The IDA, the International Docking Adapter, when it goes on, it does have some mechanisms that will need to be actuated, and so we'll need the associated hardware to accomplish that.
And so aside, obviously, from the work still to be done on board the station, a lot of work being done on the ground to get those vehicles ready and to get the crew ready. How's everything progressing on your end? I know you guys are doing a lot of training, both with Boeing and with SpaceX. How's everything been going?
Everything's been going pretty well. We do have some challenges, of course, as you're building a new spacecraft. You might imagine if you tried to build a house, there might be some things that you figured out along the way that cause you to change your plans a little bit. And so there's always some of that with a new vehicle. So we're going through some of those things, but our schedules are pretty busy from week to week with travel to either Boeing or SpaceX facilities to try to help as much as we can as crew members to give them feedback on how we would operate, if there are things that we could change a little bit that they have in their designs to either make it more operable or deal with some of the challenges as they come forward. We are getting to the point where we'll start simulations of both vehicles, either here at the Johnson Space Center or at the partner facilities, and it's exciting to kind of see hardware as well. So if you travel down to Kennedy, you can see the Boeing vehicle coming together, and of course, if you travel out to Hawthorne, you can really see the vehicles come together out there as well. It's just exciting to be a part of what used to be PowerPoint and computer simulations of things actually turning into metal and composite hardware computer cables all being put in place. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely exciting. Anytime we're launching anything, it's always super exhilarating, you know, for everybody that watches on the ground or through television or, you know, whatever medium. And I can definitely say going to see some launches in Florida is going to be high on my list again. So, I mean, silly question. You gonna hope to do some spacewalks once you're up there again? Get your great view in once you're back on board the station?
You know, it really would be an exciting thing for me to get a chance to do another spacewalk. I do think that the commercial crew flights that we have coming up are going to be primarily focused on test objectives to make sure that those vehicles are best accomplished, are most prepared to start taking crews to space station. And so I really don't think, as the couple of test crews that we have identified so far, will be able to do any spacewalks as a part of those flights. I think they're going to be closer to 7 to 10 days, certainly less than a month in duration. And so our real opportunity to do a lot of the science work that we count on the space station crews to accomplish is going to be limited. And we will be really focused on making sure that those vehicles, both their nominal system and their backup systems, are all functioning as well as possible in preparation for future flights, where hopefully they don't have to use any of those backup systems that are in place. But we'll exercise all those things as a part of our flights. And if I do get a chance to do another spacewalk, it most likely won't be as a part of a commercial crew flight, at least one of these test flights.
All right. Well, again, NASA astronaut Bob Behnken giving us a little bit of insight into what life as a spacewalker is actually like, and an update on the commercial crew program. So Bob Behnken coming to a space station on a brand new vehicle near you soon in the next couple of years. Bob, thanks so much for joining me today. Always appreciate it. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and we'll look forward to seeing you fly in the near future.
Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate the opportunity. I was happy to see Shane and Thomas get out the door today, and look forward to the upcoming spacewalks as we kind of finish out the activities to make our arrival as successful as it can be. We need all this whole team to accomplish that. You know, we can't do those spacewalks like you pointed out. Made me a little bit sad that I don't get a chance to do another spacewalk. But you did point that out, and it is absolutely true that it takes the entire team to kind of pull this off, because we can't just do it on our own as folks that are assigned to commercial crew just now.
All right. Spacewalk continues, 3 hours, 57 minutes and counting. Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet continuing to burn through their timeline.
I'm sure I come too close. I get the BRT like in my face coming out.
Okay,
that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Sorry, Jessica, I take it back. I'll be fine. I felt bend back.
Okay, copy. Yeah, leaning back should help you out.
Okay. Repeating. All right, Jessica, I think I got it for this one.
Okay, good job. With that, then, you can trap the BLT in the crew lock bag door and retrieve the grease gun. As long as you're confident, Taman, you don't want to repeat that anymore, we'll go to prep. Okay, copy. So you can trap the BLT as you're doing, and then retrieve the grease gun, lock out the RET as desired.
Copy. Again, Jessica, I can see inside of the shroud, which might be fuel duct, but it helps a lot. It helps a bit.
Okay, yeah, great news.
Guys, I got the scoop on.
Copy, we've got a great view of that as well. You have a go to demate the electrical connector.
Okay, looks like it's wired timed down nicely, so give me a minute.
Concur, yeah, that we expected it might be the case. And you don't need to remove that all the way, of course, just as much as you need to get it off, because then you'll reinstall it. Tama, you can prep the grease gun. You have the checklist there, but let me know if you want any other steps on that to apply your grease to the cradle. Once again, we're recommending that zigzag pattern in 2 layers.
Copy. Good work, Jessica.
And this is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Just to catch you up real quick, as we just got done talking with Bob Bankin, a NASA astronaut, where our crew members are in their activities. So for Shane Kimbrough, he's already replaced one of those cameras over on the Japanese exposed facility. The first one being at the base of the robotic arm, and now he's working on camera number 2. Again, both of these cameras had lights failed. The camera still functioned, but the lights did not. And as the lights could not be independently replaced, the entire camera modules needed to get swapped out. So he's doing 2 of those today. The first one already complete, working on the second one now. And then for Thomas Pesquet, still in the foot restraint, getting a great view of him right here from one of the external cameras. He's continuing his task to apply grease to various components inside of what's called the latching end effector. So that large barrel-like structure just in front of him on the special purpose dexterous manipulator, also known as Dexter, which is a robotic tool attached to the station's main robotic arm and is used for various replacement tasks and any other dexterous robotic activities. Again, he's applying some lubricant as they have seen a bit of degradation in its performance. Things just offering a little bit more resistance, so applying some grease to help smooth things over. He has 1 central ball screw, as it's called, that one already completed. Now working on the 4 latching ball screws, followed by 8 latches.
Level 7 counter 2 is set.
Copy.
I just got a grease gun is safe. Grease the sight to the VLT.
Copy, Tama. You can allow the grease gun to retract and get your work area cleaned up, get things out of your way there, and then you'll have a go to lube latch number 2.
And so this view is actually from that newly installed camera, already powered up and checking out well, just installed by Shane Kimbrough on that exposed facility on the Japanese experiment module. So again, he's replacing 2, 1 down, 1 to go.
Ready for...
Okay, Tama, would you like me to read the steps for you again, or are you just going to go on your muscle memory for this?
I'm good. Just got me.
Okay, we're standing by.
right. 4.
And a reminder for those tuning in, we are streaming today's Spacewalk live here on NASA TV and also on a number of other platforms, including Facebook Live and YouTube. If you do have a question, we'll try to answer as many as we can in between all the procedures that we're watching. Just go ahead and shoot one in through the comments section or use the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll do our best to pick out some popular ones and hopefully answer them right here live on the air.
How you doing, Shane? Good, let's get the 2 balls.
And one such question that just came in from Nicole on Twitter wanted to know if they're able to eat anything during the spacewalk. And in fact, they can. They have a small amount of water for drinking during these spacewalks, but no food inside the suit. So the astronauts always make sure to get a big breakfast in before they suit up early in the morning, as they will be inside these suits for several hours before the spacewalk starts, and then anywhere from 6 to 8 hours once the spacewalk is underway. So no food inside the suit, breakfast beforehand.
Jessica, the VLT is back to the crew light bag. You should agree. I think the next step will be to rotate to next latch, correct?
Affirm, the next latch will be latch number 1.
Latch number 1. Peggy, are you with me?
With you, and I will start setting up for that. I'll let you know when I start motion.
All right. And I'll be ready for that. My tools and feathers are out of the way, and I expect some roll to my right.
Okay, Tomorrow, one last check on tethers and tools. I'm going to start motion. It should be rotation only, wrist roll only.
I concur, Peggy, and on managing my tethers and tools, you can start your rotation. See motion?
Motion.
Good motion.
And you can see the Dexter being rotated. Peggy Whitson at the controls, the robotic workstation inside the International Space Station.
Angle, how does that look to you, Toma?
Actually, if you could continue for 10 more degrees, it would bring it in the exact same position I had. That's number 2 before, and I'll be better for you.
Okay, continuing motion, another 10 degrees.
Correct. Peggy, you can start motion.
Motion start.
GCA complete. I like the position.
Okay, stand by.
Now, Gary, I think we call that an extreme close-up.
No doubt, a great view from the camera on the end of the special purpose Dexter's manipulator right at Thomas Pesquet.
I think I'll skip. That's fine with you.
Copy, Tama, as long as you're comfortable. And Shane, did you have turns for the removal for us?
13 and 12.
Copy 13 and 12, and looks like you've got a good start on the getting the spare into the soft dock position. Let us know when you're ready for those PGT settings.
Well. Just got ready, Bravo 2.
Affirm, Bravo 2, clockwise 2. You're expecting 12.5 to 15 turns. You'll be going to torque on both bolts.
A temporary loss of video communications from the International Space Station right now as it travels 260 statute miles just east off the coast of Argentina in the South Atlantic Ocean. Now getting a view from the inside of the International Space Station control room here in Houston, Texas, NASA Johnson Space Center. Leading the teams here today is Flight Director Emily Nelson, and the voice that you're hearing between the two crew members aboard is she's got the black jacket with the green dress on. That's the voice of Jessica Meir. She's communicating with Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet aboard. Right now, they are 4 hours and 12 minutes into a scheduled 6.5 hour EVA. We already completed a few of the tasks. Shane Kimbrough just disconnected the PMA, some of the cables there, and also installed a brand new processor, an upgrade to the current one, while Thomas Pesquet has finished inspecting one of the valve modules to check for a leak. Didn't find any leaks, but recorded the whole event so they can be assessed later. Right now, Shane Kimbrough is on the task to replace some of the cameras on the exposed facility outside of the Japanese experiment module, and he already finished with one of them and is now working on uninstalling the second one so he can install a brand new camera there. And I believe Thomas Pesquet is still working on the lubrication activity.
That's right. He's still working on that lubrication activity, and again, that's kind of the lion's share of his timeline today, where that per the timeline is scheduled to take almost 4 hours, and that includes all of the setup with the foot restraint, and then all of the work with the grease gun and the BLT, that ball screw lubrication tool, to actually apply grease to the various portions of that end effector. And again, that being done as the end effector has shown a couple of indications of, we call it degraded performance, so a little bit more resistance in some of the screws than they like to see. So applying this grease helps to alleviate that and just make everything run a whole lot smoother. And again, aside from that, Pesquet did accomplish his other primary task already, and that was that inspection. They were looking for the source of an ammonia leak. They've been tracking a very small, very slow leak from one of the external coolant loops on board the station. It uses ammonia, supercooled ammonia, to help carry heat that's generated by all the different systems away and then reject that into outer space. And they've been seeing a very small leak over a couple of years, actually. And then in the last couple of months, they've seen it start to increase a little bit. Still a very small and not having any impact on the operations or the safety of the station, but they're trying to figure out where exactly it is. They use something called the REL, the Robotic External Leak Locator, to sniff around and hopefully find the source. And they honed in on this radiator beam valve module, and that's why Pesquet was out there today looking it over. But I mean, like you said, we're a little over 4 hours into this spacewalk. There's still a lot of work to do for Pesquet on this lube, but it looks like um, Shane might be just about done with all of his primary tasks.
That's right. And if that happens, there are a few get-ahead tasks that they have planned. Just small things like replacing lights and applying covers to different camera lenses. Here's a list of them right now. Just a couple handrails, things that are not extremely important and vital to the current timeline, but still, since Shane Kimbrough is now ahead on the timeline, they might have some extra time to assess these. In the meantime, it looks like we may be regaining video communications, and it's lost again. But there are a few more EVAs scheduled for later, including one next week. Just as you said, one of the things that Shane Kimbrough did was swap out the multiplexer demultiplexer that helps process some of the experiments on the outside of the space station and has increased memory and Ethernet, just an upgrade to the old MDM. He did one today, and he'll do another one next week.
That's right. And the one that was replaced today was actually replaced during a spacewalk after a previous one had failed back in 2014. But this new one, known as the Epic MDM, having all of those upgraded qualities. Here are just a couple of pictures of what the computer board's inside. Again, it's essentially a computer relay station. It has both hardware and software inside, but mainly serves to vector commands from the ground or from the crew on board to the various systems out on the outer part of the International Space Station.
Tether's tools and ingress aid are clear of the rotational envelope.
Okay, of the rotational envelope. Peggy, are you with me?
I am, Thomas.
All right, Peggy, so you can GTA to the next flash, and I think I'll be a roll right 108 degrees.
All right, that's in work. Starting motion now. Maybe just in a minute. Okay, starting motion now.
Motion, Peggy. Motion.
Continuing motion, 20 out.
Copy.
10 degrees out.
20 more, Peggy, please. Continue.
Okay, that's published. I'm continuing.
Yes, please continue. 10 degrees. 15. Continue.
Continuing.
Motion.
Motion stopped.
All right, that's a good position, Peggy. GTA complete, thank you.
Okay, stand by. Brakes are on.
Copy, brakes on.
Copy, brakes on. Tama, you have a go to prep and get ready to lube latch 4. Once again, let me know if you want any further words. And how are you doing, Shane?
I got 16.1 on the torque. About 15 turns, green light.
Copy.
Connectors made it, the wire tie's back on, the lead's covering them. Back to
Copy all, Shane. With that, you can retrieve the round scoop and stow it in the GEM ORU bag.
Part.
And Shane, could you double check your WVS one more time? We've lost your video, so if you can cycle that.
Sorry about that.
And Shane, we'll be ready to copy your inventory as you're loading the bags there in whatever order you like.
Sounds good. I got a long duration tie-down tether. Got a scoop with the rets. Got 2 more scoops with rets that are attached to the cameras. And I got a G-Tech bag. 2 adjustables on the outside.
That's a good inventory. Thanks. And Shane, while you're stowing those cameras, we do want a check on whether or not you saw any flaking from the white paint on either of the cameras.
I didn't see anything. Right now I got the G-Tech bag separating the two cameras in the large ORU.
Okay, sounds good. And that works, Shane. We have your video back.
Great.
We are 4 hours, 23 minutes into today's spacewalk, getting a live view down the barrel of the latching end effector, looking right at Thomas Pesquet, who's continuing to work through this task to apply some grease to various components inside of the latching end effector of Dexter, the special purpose dexterous manipulator robot. Meanwhile, Shane Kimbrough, pretty much done with his task, Gary. I think he's going to be heading back to the airlock shortly.
That's right. He had his last task of the day was to replace two cameras that are on the exposed facility right outside the Japanese experiment module. And so far he has done that successfully, and I think they've checked out both of the cameras. Now he's just beginning his wrap-up procedures and about to head over to the airlock, and I think they're considering giving him get-ahead tasks. Once the astronauts go through their normal timeline, they have a few things in case they finish early that they could do that are not extremely vital, but very helpful, especially for future EVAs.
Indeed, and it looks like at least one will be on the way for Shane Kimbrough once he makes his way back to the airlock. But we'll keep an eye and update you on what those tasks might be as we get a little bit more insight from the flight control team here in Houston. But again, 4 hours, 24 minutes into a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk today. Not hitting any major snags with any of the activities. A lot of checkouts of new hardware already going very well. So everything continuing to look good for these two Expedition 50 astronauts.
This guy, batch number 4 is grease.
Copy. Nice work. Latch number 4 is complete. I'll give Shane a few words then, and then we'll proceed with your GCA to the last latch. So Shane, looks like you're getting cleaned up there. You can get that ORU bag finalized on your BRT, and on your go, we will activate the heaters on that VE.
You have a go. I got the ORU bag on my BRT and reps, and I'll start translating.
Copy, Shane. Before you start your translation, I'll take a glove and a hap check.
Okay. Still the yellow on my gloves. But no change to the glove itself of either one. I have.
Copy, Shane. You can translate back to the airlock. A reminder to pick up your green hook on 1131. And also a reminder, just from what I've seen in the pool, remember there's that dead end of handrails when you get back over to GEM. You want the ones that are about halfway up on the aft face. The ones that are nadir of that are actually a dead end.
Okay, good reminder.
And then big picture, what we'd like to have you do, we'll have you translate back to the airlock and stow the GEM ORU bag. Since we've got a lot of time remaining, we would like you to go ahead with the Cedarlight R&R if you're okay with that plan.
Okay, I'll talk to you when I get back to the airlock. How about that?
Sounds good. We'll talk to you back at the airlock. And with that, Shane, you've got the comms for your GCA. If you can verify that your EMU, tethers, tools, and ingress aid are clear of the rotational envelope.
Yes, Steph. Give me 1 second. Not my wife. Yeah. All right, Peggy.
Hi. Ready?
All right, so ready for GCA, tools, tethers are cleared. Rotational envelope, you can rotate to my right. Uplift plus, let's say 10 degrees like we did before. And I'm ready.
Okay, that's in work. I'm going into mode now.
Copy.
Thomas Pesquet continuing to work on the lubrication activity for the end of the dexterous robotic manipulator. He's communicating with Peggy Whitson inside the International Space Station just so they can get in the right orientation. She is actually controlling the Dexter to maneuver it into the right position, so Thomas Pesquet has a good working environment. What you just heard before was Jessica Meir here on the ground. She's the ground IV communicating from the teams here in NASA Johnson Space Center. She's communicating to Shane Kimbrough, who's wrapping up those procedures. A lot of acronyms were spat out there. Shane has to attach the ORU to his BRT, and so they can check the VE. That just means the spare bag that was used to replace some of the cameras, he's going to attach them to himself. That's a body restraint tether, just so they can check the VE, which is the camera. Now he's back on his way to the airlock, and he just got the go-ahead to, as long as he gets there in time, to start working through the procedures for one of the get-ahead tasks. Is actually to replace a light on the CETA cart, which is one of the aids for spacewalking and allows multiple tools to be attached to the cart to move along the truss.
There's a publish there.
Give me 10 more degrees, baby.
Continuing.
Yep, it'll be no rest for the weary as Shane again accomplished all those primary tasks. And just a quick update to add on to that, we did get confirmation that our colleagues at JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, have successfully checked out both of those newly installed GEM cameras and the lights on them. And again, they were replaced because the lights had failed on those two cameras. Since the lights can't be replaced on their own, they needed to replace the entire camera modules, and those have been checked out successfully.
Come on, thanks. And I see you. I see your bag.
A good view from the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas at the NASA Johnson Space Center. Again, leading the teams is Emily Nilsson. She's the flight director at the bottom of your screen. And just above her is Steve Bowen, NASA astronaut. He's the Capcom and communicating with Peggy Whitson inside, who is working on the dexterous manipulator unit to turn it for Thomas Pesquet, who's up there. And then to his right is Jessica Meir. Again, she's the ground IV and the voice between the ground teams here and the two crew members outside the space station right now. The International Space Station is 250 statute miles above southern Africa right now, about to hit the terminator line and go into an orbital darkness. You'll see some of the camera views come here are full of light, but eventually it'll get just a little bit darker.
Copy that, Tama. And could you specify where exactly you mean on the lever? Do you mean like where the electrical connector cover is, or which lever? We have a good view right now if you want to point.
Extract.
Okay, copy where you're pointing.
There's one on the left, one on the right, only one on the right.
Copy.
Jessica, I got to say this, Shane. I think I'm on the wrong one that you mentioned, but can you verify that for me? The wrong handrail tab.
Yeah, the wrong one would be the nadir one. So the one you want should be zenith of that. If you are on the dead end, then you'll just need to go back to your left and then translate up.
I think I'm on it, but I don't know that for sure. Well, it looks like it goes all the way out, but I don't know what happens on the end. Hey Shane, here from you, there's a handrail route that goes all the way to Node 2, so at least this one is good. I can see from you. Okay, sounds great. Thanks for the help. Hey, no worries.
Yeah, we think you're going the right way now, Shane. If you go to that one, perfect. Go starboard from there.
All right, thank you so much. The other one was just too convenient.
I know, that has fooled me in the MBL before, too. That's why we tried to head it off. Sorry, we didn't give you even more warning there.
You did a great job. That was my fault.
Okay, Thomas, you can leave. We do not want you to wipe anything now, so you can go ahead and proceed with lubing latch number 3.
Work.
Again, Pesquet continuing to work through this task, applying grease to various components inside the latching end effector of the Dexter robot. Again, just a quick count refresher. There was the central ball screw. That's the right in the middle of that that barrel-shaped object right above his hand there. That was the first one. Then there are 4 latch ball screws surrounding the center, and those 4 basically add-ons, those attachments around the center of the robotic arms latching end effector. And then there's 8 there are 8 linear bearing tracks that he'll be applying some of that grease to as well. So he's got the central one and 2 of those latch ball screws completed so far, with 2 more to go, and then the 8 linear bearing tracks as well. Again, this task timeline for almost 4 hours, just on the nominal or the normal timeline. So definitely a very work intensive and a very time intensive task for this spacewalker. 4 hours, 34 minutes and counting into today's EVA.
You doing, Tomas? Doing good, Shane. Getting on to the lab. All right. I've finished. Latch number 3 is now looped. Okay.
Okay, we copy. You are complete with latch 3. So that completes all of the 4 latches. So with this, Thomas, if you want any more, if you can't just lean back to get more workspace, let us know if you want to GCA the arm away. What you'll be doing next is cleaning up that BLT and securing it in the wipe that has the pre-staged wire tie.
I think it's fine as it is. Agree.
Okay, sure, as long as you're comfortable with that. So you can go ahead and install that wipe on the BLT, the one with the wire tie on it. And we recommend that you just...
Jessica, do you guys mind if I deployed my next swipe? I kind of those two back in the bag. They're not too bad, but I'd rather start clean with a clean one for the other, for the linear bearing tracks, if that's fine.
No problem, Tama. You can go ahead for that next swipe. No problem.
I'm up on first one, Thomas. That's okay.
We're tracking.
I'm not really. Good to hear you, Shane. Thanks, Thomas.
I can hear you too.
Oh, thank you. You can probably see me in your camera, correct? And Jessica, that wipe with the wire tie on it that I'm using for my BLT, it stays retted to the bag, right? I don't take off the ret. I don't remove the
A-firm. A-firm, Tama, we recommend you leave it retted to the bag.
Okay, it's retted to the bag.
Okay, you can allow the BLT to retract to the crew lock bag, and we'll take a glove and HAP check.
All right. Gloves are good. Our left glove is good too. And the HAP is dry. All good.
Copy, Tama. You can retrieve the EVA camera, and then I'll give you a series of photos to take. And here comes nighttime.
Copy. This guy has the camera ready.
Okay, Tama, the first photos you can take are of the 4 latch electrical connectors.
Sorry, Jessica. Thermal cover open.
Copy, thermal cover.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, after the electrical connectors, please take photos of any areas that have unintended grease or damage, so those greased spots that you mentioned to us.
only really that 8 degrees. The rest is pretty clean. I'm taking lots of pictures for you just in case.
Copy.
More than, I don't know, too much.